Attack on Titan is because of it's getting a lot heavier than it was. And it was from episode 1 through 3 or 1 through 5. It was pretty heavy. And then you take Aaron's almost villain-like turn in this last season, and it gets pretty bad.
So are we recording?
Yep, we're all good.
Okay. The recap goes down to I'm trying to we started off with the Beastman attack, correct?
No, we started off with what was left of the conversation with the one dude. So we still don't know his name.
Oh, that's right. So, as we conclude the conversation with the brother of the prime vampire / werewolf / witch and architect of many. I'm going to call him the architect because it works.
Fitting. It is fitting.
Yeah. As we got done with our conversation with the architect, discussing both what he has planned and what he wants from us, something was revealed to him that maybe a pawn he had wished to use but thought eliminated, it was revealed was not. And a link between said pawn might be connecting Gavin. That pawn being the Mother of Monsters, one of her first corruptions. That of, what's her name? Charlie, because not here. Some shit ensued where he tried to make contact with Charlie's mind in order to mindfuck him or jack up the connection or insert any option really here.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because of her access to a type of magic that has long been lost to the world as a whole. Prime magic. Or not primal magic, but primeval magic. The idea of the origin of magic.
Yeah.
Which is what he truly wanted from her.
Mm-hmm.
Through use of everyone trying to use their abilities to the utmost of their capabilities and providing whatever debuffs they could, providing whatever distractions they could, we were eventually able to thwart the contact between him and Gavin, and fled the realm we found ourselves in. As a final act and a fuck you, Solon released some of his blood to draw his grandfather's gaze to this particular realm, as this realm was created using the blood of his grandfather's blood. And after disposing of said blood, said bye, leaving the architect to deal with whatever wrath the Chained Oblivion decided to send his way. Upon reorientating, we found ourselves in the Temple of Sarenrae. Comforting words were had, and sustenance and rest was taken. And then we were able to begin our march once again to exploring more of the secrets of this island. In doing so, we found ourselves upon a massive Beastman enclave that was proceeding to do a ritual surrounding the Mother of Monsters, a bone of the Mother of Monsters, later realizing it was an attempt to summon a champion of hers, or to create a champion of hers. Not 100% sure on that one. Because of an extremely powerful spell contained in Chucky's new World Blade, we were able to launch a massive, and I mean massive storm, with Solon providing what protection he could to the women who were going to be used as a sacrifice. Using this spell, we were able to destroy a significant portion of those beastmen over time, destroying them all without really needing to engage a huge amount in this particular conflict. After doing some interactions, I'm trying to remember how the bone was destroyed.
You broke its connection with the dagger?
Oh, that's right, the dagger. Okay, so whose flower was planted here?
Mine's.
Okay, so Gavin, wishing to help hurry the cleansing of this island from the corruption that the Mother of Monsters Wingbone had, planted his dawn flower he had received from Sarenrae, and we could visibly see the corruption seeping from the land. Solon, wanting to thumb his nose at the Mother of Monster, took out War's dagger, which has the ability to destroy magical connections and enchantments with but a single scratch. He used it and struck at the bone, destroying its connection and any magical, inherent magic within, connecting it with the Mother of Monsters, reducing it to ash. Hopefully removing just a little bit more of her taint from this particular island. The team's good works being taken advantage of, we took off once more and found ourselves before the representative and champion of Melora, an Elder Trent, who had been sent here, and not just here, but to these islands, to aid us and help draw out and eliminate the corruption and taint of these islands, as they are inherently important, as we are discovering the more we explore. Chucky offering his flower to the Trent to help empower and speed up the Trent's purifying. We also found that the gods are sending aid to us as often as it can be found on this particular island. You get anything? I'm trying to remember if there's anything major that was revealed with the Trent.
Not really. I had to bring Eve to the one. Stonehenge. That's about it.
Chucky was given a trial to bring Eve, his companion, who has been marked and tainted with pestilence, to a grove or to a Stonehenge we had found previously, in order to help her remove said taint. Other than that, we continued on our journey to discover the last instance of exploration for the night, and that is a bone graveyard with many giant, and I mean giant, skeletons, and one deranged graveyard keeper, um, later to be discovered as the Mother of Bones. I think it was Mother of Bones, wasn't it?
Yes, I believe so.
Um,
Uh,
a
it says Keeper of Bones, but
Keeper of Bones. Fair enough. Keeper of Bones. After a vicious fight back and forth, we were eventually able to bring her down, only to discover that she had a phylactery. Upon the destruction of said phylactery, a wave of death-like energy spread out and struck us all. Most were able to resist said corrupting and debilitating influence, but two of our companions were unable to. Little Jumba, troll from Zobek and crown prince of said country, um, and Chucky's brother, whose name I have yet to learn. We leave the companions sullen, distraught over the death of his friend, taking and showing a little bit of pain to the soul of said Keeper of Bones, while Chucky mourns over his brother's body, not yet realizing they have a res spell. And with that, that's where we begin.
They're actually
And I
feeding,
am back.
The jumbo fruit.
An attempt to help bring Jumba back. Araxis had an idea of feeding Jumba a portion of his corrupted or enhanced, unsure of which, Jumba fruit to see if it had an effect. We start today's session with finding the answer to that particular question.
The answer is no. So yes, after battling and defeating the Keeper of Bones, a high priestess of the former death god, what do you all do? Your first real loss since your time on the island. Two allies, one being brother to Chucky and longtime friend and ally Jumbo, both fell against this foe, who was significantly more powerful than the group, but y'all managed to wither her down.
Could someone do me a quick favor?
Mm-hmm.
Because Derek, I know about this. I'm hoping you're going to give me a little bit of rope here. Could someone look up a spell slot for me? Because I have to find my books. Resurrect, what level that is?
Resurrect. Give me a second.
Tell me what type of spell it is, like primal, occult, divine, or arcane.
Resurrect, ritual, uncommon healing, necromancy.
Oh, it's a ritual? Okay.
Yeah.
Because we have resurrect, we don't have to reincarnate them, so.
Yeah.
Because yay for tier 3 necromancy shards.
Yep.
Yay!
Gavin kind of fearing the backlash to him and not necessarily enjoying the sight of Solon's way of getting revenge. Would walk up to Solon and ask once for him to stop and to give him the Keeper of Bolden's soul.
Solon seems to have calmed down a little bit at this point. He looks at you and says, "No. She took something from me. Now I'm taking something from her."
Okay. Give me a second here then.
So what are you doing?
I'm going to try one more time. And it's this time I now I'd say almost pleading, because Gavin's not wanting Solon's grief to take over into something he might regret. My deal is to keep order, being in the presence of this. I need you to give me it for both our sakes.
No, I think there's a soul jar underneath, or a soul furnace underneath the Necromancy temple that needs a juice boost.
Chucky or Raxus, do you do anything with hearing what's going on?
Far away from us, are they?
Y'all are
I'm right
within
next to you.
proximity. Yeah.
I'm like within 5 or 10 feet of you because I'm next to Jumba.
Hmm. And I'll just take that as Zero is barking, right? No?
What was that?
Oh, I'm hearing your dog barking, Derek. I was saying that's Zero barking, right?
Yep. So do y'all do anything to help expedite this? Because we're sitting here. Araxis or Chucky.
Chucky, when he would clear up a little bit, gain control of himself, which probably would be close to now, he would ask one question. Well, maybe it might be a couple questions in one. Isn't this entity that we just fight something to do with death? And what would that have? You know, you know, would that have any ill effects on this machine that you're talking about using it on?
The soul. It destroys the soul into non-existence to provide a surge of energy to whatever that device happens to be powering. But it destroys the soul, keeps it from reincarnating, keeps it from the afterlife.
Keeps it from harming others.
I shrug my shoulders at that. Theoretically. I'm still keeping one eye on Gavin here.
I look to Gavin. Why are you wanting to stop this?
For a moment, Gavin's eyes are closed. He opens them up to look at Solon with sad eyes, with a hand reached out as if wanting him to put something in his hand. Don't torture the souls like they do. You're better than that.
Solon thinks about it for a second. My dad wouldn't have been, and maybe it's time I start thinking like him.
Gavin would shake his head and said, "We're not supposed to be like them. We're supposed to be better."
And yet they always won.
If you're better, you're always win too.
Okay, I didn't hear what you just said. I'm sorry, Josh.
I said if you're better, you always win too.
All right, give me.
He then
All right.
I would say for a second, Gavin has almost a sorry look upon his face. But he puts his hand to the side bin.
Trying to find the fucking symbol. Because you're about to go through a lot of pain, Charlie.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Oh, Zadok, do I need to start keeping track of days since I started the side stuff with Nair?
Yes.
Okay. Josh, how many days since we had the talk with the architect?
I think it's been 3, but let me check.
Just for
That was on day 6. It's now day 9, so it's 3.
3. Okay. I just need to keep note of that then.
All right. So the marks upon that have been placed upon his forehead begin to pulsate this just pale, eldritch kind of energy. And you are in excruciating pain as the marks begin to form anew. And you see a skull with 2 coins overlaid to the eyelid or the eye sockets. After the symbol is formed, it pulsates heavily and then seeps into your forehead, vanishing, the marks no longer visible. Your hair goes pale white, and the irises in your eyes are icy blue. You reach out with your hand. And in a language almost as old as time, you speak. Come forth. Dan, you can give me a counteract check using your spellcasting modifier.
God damn it, Charlie! I'm looking up.
I'm sorry, Dan.
I
Does
just
that
clicked on the thing
stand?
instead of adding that, but so it would be a total of 28.
Does that stand?
Yes.
the soul is ripped from the jar. And you see it hover for a moment over the palm of Gavin. And in a tongue as old as time, find rest until the end. And the soul vanishes. Gavin, you can see the soul go to the stream, the river of Styx, where you see the ferryman. A favor for a favor, my champion. So, with that, you have one of two options. And I realize doing it right this moment would be too time consuming, so it would be after this session.
Okay.
You can either get rid of your free archetype that you had before and take the champion in its place, the archetype champion.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can redo your class and become a full-fledged champion of Quran. But either way, you have to make the choice of either champion or archetype champion, as you are now his champion.
All right. All right. I'll start thinking about that.
And your attire does change. I have to make the statistics for this. It's going to be sort of on the line of Hell Knight armor, but, more appropriate for, champion of Quran. You are donning full plate armor. After, you see, everybody sees these visuals start to change of you as your eyes are closed and you just uttered these words. Kind of a pale light washes over you, and where the light starts to shine upon you, that's where your attire begins to change slowly until you are wearing full plate armor. It is a ebony black, with the right shoulder pauldron is a skull with glowing blue eyes, while the other is the pauldron has 3 spikes, and upon it are the representations of past, present, and future.
All right.
So what happens now, because you all are seeing this? Araxis, Chucky, and probably a pissed off Solon at the moment.
Charlie, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Give me a second.
Pachyderm missile to the face.
21.
You see Solon keep a pretty much neutral face in terms of looks, but you see the underlying rage behind Solon. You've crossed so many lines with Solon at this particular moment that you're more surprised Solon hasn't attacked you yet. Solon looks at you, says, "I'll remember this. He may have required a favor, but a betrayal for a betrayal. Watch your back, because I won't be."
Ooh.
And Solon teleports away with Jumba's body.
Araxis and Chucky, what do you do?
I mean, what can I do? Not much. Just shake my head, go hang out by my dragon, and wait till everybody chills out. I just kind of need a minute to myself after what happened.
Okay.
Chucky does the only thing that comes to mind. Be it immature. I hate it when mom and dad fight. That's all he says.
So to kind of give you a visual representation of the armor you're wearing, you played World of Warcraft back in ICC, right? Wrath of the Lich King.
Oh yeah.
You remember the ICC Death Knight armor?
Yes.
Kind of akin to that.
Okay.
Not full blown copy, but kind of akin to that.
Okay. I hear you there.
All right. Kind of give you a mind's eye picture.
Okay. Gavin still kind of has this sad look upon his face, but I wouldn't say he's content with the decision he's made, but he definitely looks like his hand was forced in the issue.
Okay. What do the three of you do then? And then I'm going to get to you, Solon.
I will not hesitate in the moment and start walking towards Chucky's brother, as I know I'm going to try and do the resurrection.
Okay, I've been looking up the rules, so I have them all laid out for us.
Okay.
So it is for the primary person, it is a religion check. That is a DC of 27.
Minus the level.
Nope, that's base. Your base DC is for a 6th level ritual is 22. If you add the level to the DC, because it has that table or whatever, it would be 39. So it actually is 22. And then
those tables don't take into account the minus level. That's something you have to do.
Page 503, it actually does take into account the level if you look at it.
Core rulebook.
Yep. It has one column that says levels, and then it says DC, and it gives the DC, and the next column is level, and then it gives the DC
Yeah,
again.
it's level 6. Yeah, the level 19 is 39. The level 6 would be 22 minus 6 would be...
It wouldn't be minus 6, though.
Yes, because we're not using levels. You subtract the level of whatever it is to the DC.
Okay, so then it would be a DC of 21. Because
what level is
23.
Or what level? Yeah, DC 23.
DC 23 for the primary caster. Takes a day to cast, and you need diamonds equivalent to... I have to look at the ritual itself, but it was like 125 timed level. And then the secondary roles are society and medicine. And that DC would be... I'm sorry, I misspoke. It would be a 28 DC for the primary caster. It would be a 23 DC for the secondary
casters. Why is
casters.
28? Because that still doesn't sound right. What
because
level?
It's a very hard roll, so you have to add 5 plus 5 to it for your primary caster.
Let me look in the GM thing real quick. or the Game Master Guide real quick.
For the cost, it's 75 GP of diamonds times level, times target's level.
Let me check something real quick. Very hard is +5. Yeah, you'd be correct. So, what level ritual is this? A 7th? A 6th level? So it'd be 27, not 28.
The compendium says it's 5, actually.
Oh, 5, my bad. You're
Is
right.
it
I was
5?
looking at Primal Call. Yeah, so it's 5.
All right. So that would be 15. So it'd be a DC 20 for them. Where for your secondary casters, it would be DC 15.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, because 5 minus 20 is 20, plus 5 would put it back at 20.
Got it. And then do you guys have the diamonds?
I mean, I should.
Actually, no. This would be ritual is treated with the spell DCs, right?
No, it just said base DCs.
All right, then yeah, I would go up that. Because you can use rituals without being a spellcaster. That's one of the things I really liked about this game system. Yeah, so primary casters 20, secondary casters are 15. And it was society and medicine for the secondary?
Correct. Medicine Society.
I don't think you had diamonds worth that much, however. I could be wrong, because I don't know what you have.
I just have to remember what all was in our horde.
We don't really know, Derek. It's up to you on because I'm assuming that all that gold me and Charlie got in our horde isn't just straight gold. I don't know how much.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Cause...
Okay.
And how long does the ritual take?
1 day.
1 day. Letting you know with where you're at. Hold on. Wrong tab open. With where you're at, you do get a +3 circumstance bonus for performing the ritual in this graveyard.
Crap. All right. I was being prepared to go ahead and teleport us, or ask Nair to teleport us to Serenray, but I mean,
Serenray would also be a +30.
Would also be a +30. Plus, I would have her to help in this as well. Yeah, then I would walk over to Araxis and Chucky and his brother, ask Nair to open up a portal, and then say, I could bring back your brother. Let's do it at the temple. I don't wish to do it here.
Yeah, this place does give me the EBGBs a little bit, I suppose. Now, the question here is, does Zero move? There's nothing.
Is
I
he?
looked and I
Is
couldn't
he?
find anything.
Do they? Is there a feat like he's like a greater companion, right? Or like because there should be a feat where you could take one action if not given an order. Because it follows the same guidelines as Animal Companion. I'm going to assume there is one. You get at like level 6 when you upgrade it to the higher tier companion.
I have a dragon. We can always use him to move the companion.
I think he would follow the body of his creator, so either way.
I kind of think that too, but I wasn't sure. I just figured I'd make sure.
Psh, you making sure. God, can't believe you.
It's an inventor. It's a playtesting, just like your Magus and the Summoner. Shit.
Well, can't say that for very long because I gotta make a decision.
As y'all teleport to the Temple of Serenray and you begin undergoing the processes of, getting ready for the ritual to bring back a soul that was meant to die is an affront to the order of things. And you get the idea, if you are part of this ritual to bring him back, it will be acting against anathema to Chiron.
I will in a not questioning Chiron, because at this point I respect his word on that, but I would ask, even if the death was caused by something that should not exist.
The Keeper of Bones was never put to rest until now. And that's all he says. Now, there are a number of people here that can do this ritual.
Yeah, I just can't be a part of it. So
Correct.
still bringing it here was the best option. And then I just tell him, well, I can't.
And you can also see, as you converse with him, he does give you a glimpse of the soul of the Keeper of Bones, who is being punished heavily, not in hell, nor, some other god's domain. It is in the sunken citadel of Quran and Abaddon, where her soul will be punished until the end.
I would, as a question, I would ask Ron: has she always known this existence, or was she turned into that?
She was a devout follower of the old god of death. A devout follower.
That's all I need to know. Then, after that little,
You get the sensation while he gave Nair back to life, if you will, it was because her life was actually stolen away from her.
yeah, I get that.
It was never meant to be.
Okay.
And again, that goes back to the wording he used when giving or binding you two together.
Yeah, I was trying to use that same logic for both Chucky's brother and the other, so it was just kind of seeing if that worked out or not, so that I could help out. But we've got plenty of help here to do it. I would tell out loud to both Chucky and Araxis that there's people here that can do the ritual here at the temple, but under my circumstances, I can't be a part of it.
Now, if a soul is robbed away without me, stolen away kind of thing, you would be within your means to facilitate such rituals. But because he's an adventurer that died in combat, you can't be part of it. It was his choice to stay in this fight instead of running away.
I gift Chucky the necessary materials.
I'm not going to make you all do any rolls here because the NPCs here are adequate enough in the Temple of Sarenrae to do this. So a day will pass. Now I'm going to go to Solon. Solon, where'd you teleport to?
Vorgoth's, former Vorgoth's city.
Okay. As you approach, you can already see there is in a matter of a week since Vorgoth's departure, there's already a kind of a different atmosphere. You still have your guards and things like that, but there is a more accepting and less tyrannical and even impressive feel about the city. As you teleport in, it's but minutes until Sylar approaches you, sensing your arrival, as he is a gifted shaman himself, and he's had extensive interactions with you. By his side, you see Vale, the seer, and next to him, you see Klaus. Welcome, friend. And he goes to extend his arm for an arm clasp, and he can sense the demeanor about you and, of course, seeing the body of your fallen companion.
Need assistance.
Of course,
Cast a
my
ritual.
friend.
I don't know if he has the religion skill up to expert or not.
He does not. But Vale does.
Request your assistance, if you would be so kind.
Funny enough, these three NPCs have the skills you need.
I
Religion from
technically have
Vale.
society if I needed it.
Fair. Klaus is all about society because he was former ruler of Sunrose.
Sweet.
So much like with them down there, because you went to this group of NPCs, I'm not going to make any rolls because they're more than adequate enough.
I fill him in on the stuff we found and so forth. Kind of a blow-by-blow of our adventures up to the point where I parted with the party.
It sounds to me that your friend Gavin wished to spare you,
Don't care.
stain upon your soul.
One thing he should know above all, we really were raised in the same household. You don't steal from a dragon's hoard. That soul was mine.
But as a keeper to another entity, was it wrong of you to take what should have passed? And he's not asking it like judgmental, but devil's advocate kind of thing. As you know, your friend is now before becoming the champion of Quran, was still a keeper or a wayfarer to send souls. Again,
I pull out. As long as he bears this, he's a hypocrite. It's the shard of necromancy.
fair.
I say, after all, the only way to get this was to sacrifice a soul. He had no problems beforehand. It's just now he has an issue with it. And he was not champion before he decided he needed to overpower me in order to steal what was mine.
He nods. Then I would simply look at the love a friend has to try to save another. But it is not my place to judge neither. And at that, he gives proper accommodations to you. One of the nicer places to sleep in for your time here. You do not have to pay for food and drink or entertainment. And the city is yours to do what you want with as these three conduct the day-long ritual.
Just to see if this gives them an added benefit, I give them, instead of the diamonds required, I want to try the crystals that were from Saren Ray's Lake.
I would allow that as a substitute because of who the crystals are from.
I was just curious if there was an inherent benefit to using them. So
yeah, I would allow like things from like Saren Ray, or even in the reboot of our of the world setting when we go to our next campaign, things strongly associated with such things I would allow as a substitute.
Understood.
Because it makes sense.
I go and I check out my garden. I want to see what kind of effects have come about with the planting of the dawn flower.
Okay. As you go into your garden, it is very pristine. I believe you have something of Melora's in there too, don't you? Or is it just Saren Ray?
You haven't been to any of Melora's places yet. I have a pouch of enhanced seeds that I planted here. But we didn't really know what the seeds did.
It increased, like if you, I forget how many seeds were in it, but each seed that you plant at a farm, it increased its food production by 1.
Got it.
But as you go in here, as you planted it, with the innate just qualities of Melora's gifts here, enhanced with Saren Ray's Dawn Flower, the seeds have taken sprouts. You have various different food stuff, from weeds to vegetables and fruits. You have fruit trees of various different types, and it's just taken on a very healthy, radiant feel in your garden. And also, as you spend enough time in your garden, over this day, you do realize a link can be established to converse with Saren Ray in here with a high enough religion check.
You mean Melora?
No, because the Dawnflower's in here.
Oh, got it. I understand. Okay. I've talked to one judgmental person. I don't really want to talk to another in this particular 24-hour period.
To be fair, Saren Ray isn't that judgmental. Unless you really, really fuck up.
Pretty sure what I was about to do that soul would have caught.
Yeah, but that hadn't transpired yet. There is, thought process of doing it, and then actually the action of fulfilling it.
Oh, but Solon would have done it, and would have done it without a second thought
it's like somebody that was going to go rob a bank, but got stopped from doing so. He didn't
got a flat tire and had to skip it.
Yep. May have intended to do it, but
Solon is more.
What'd you say? I couldn't hear you. You're talking. You're muted, Sam.
I was gonna say Solon's more like Lilo in Lilo and Stitch, where she puts the spoons in the jar and shakes them, and she's like, "My friends need to be punished."
I'd say yes, but there is only one in that particular jar, and I'm pretty sure shaking it isn't going to suffice at this particular instance.
But you won't know unless you try.
That was wishful thinking on your part. I respect it, but it's not going to happen.
Also, by the way, Rambo will be joining us next week with a new character.
Sweet.
Okay.
With him being absent so long and not being, just being absent so long, he's lost connect with the character that he originally created, and is thinking about making a Kinetis Hell Knight.
Oh, this should be entertaining.
Yes. But back to game. Anything else you wish to do at that city for that day's time?
No.
Okay. Going back to the people at the Temple of Saren Ray. There is definitely a weird presence with you at the Temple of Saren Ray, Gavin. They're not. Nobody there is hostile to you, but there is an uneasiness because the sheer aura that you emanate. Saren Ray is the goddess of healing, fire, redemption, and all this fun stuff. Where you are now a living champion of Quran. Being of endings and cold and the opposites of what Saren Ray is in a lot of ways.
I would bluntly ask Nair mentally if I had to. Would it be better for me to stay outside the temple?
If you wish to put these women at ease, it would probably be best. Though they are not judging you, there's just a sense of awkwardness as the two forces are opposed to one another drastically.
I don't. I don't wish to insult Sarenrae by being the imposing force in her own temple. I will gladly sit outside. I will, without warranting it, I will also tell her I'm sorry for my choice. Though I don't regret it.
The betrayal you feel towards your friend or becoming champion to the entity that brought me back and bound us together.
How about sorry I didn't converse with you before I did it?
We may be bound, but your choice is still yours. And mine, my own. We are linked, yes, but we are not enslaved to one another.
True, but maybe being polite during choices like that, I should at least get your input.
You can feel like this warmth, like as if smiling at you.
Yeah.
As you make your way outside of the temple grounds and outside of the aura of, you go to the riverbank and you see for the first time how you look now. Because you have, you still have the same facial features, but your hair is just pale as pale can be. Your eyes are this icy blue. Um, the irises are icy blue. Um, Now you actually see the cost of favor.
I
Then in your mind, you can't help but think about this because you have a day's time.
yeah.
You are now champion to Quran, and your father will be going after Quran. As champion of Quran, you must stand in the way between your father and the deity-like entity you now serve. And then other words of what entities that are old and powerful, telling you be wary of the ferryman, for his agenda is his own. He is the oldest of the horsemen, the only one that has ever held the mantle of death. Where the other horsemen have fallen and new have taken up their mantle, he's been there from the beginning. Was this his plan all along? Or is this a byproduct of chance of opportunity? You do not know.
I wouldn't expect an answer, but I would blatantly ask aloud. Was this just to test my father to see that he is worthy? Or to put an obstacle in his way to make sure he doesn't take the mantle?
There is no answer. And then images fill your mind. To take my mantle. One must be willing to do everything without morality getting in the way. And because this entity speaks in a lot of different alien ways, these are more images conveying this instead of me trying to talk in a broken way that Karan has talked in the past, because I got a headache.
Okay.
So for him to take his mantle, he must be willing to cut down his son. Because if you allow morality to truly deviate the course of the balance of life and death and what should be, and stopping the perversion of what has been, you must be true neutral.
This is becoming way too slimmer to the episode in Supernatural where Dean becomes death for the day.
Spoilers.
Spoiler alert, you dick! I already knew that, but for those that watch the show and care about it, spoilers.
I didn't say what happened in the episode. God.
So yes, Chucky and Araxis. Anything you all do? This is your first time or actually second time, but an extended point of time or extended period of time at the Temple of Saren, right? Araxis. It's very tranquil. Peace. There's healing. There's a passive aura that heals over time.
What's the temple like? Is it just like a lone temple, or is there like a town nearby, or
It's
what's
a
it like?
lone citadel. You see, statues of phoenixes and angels and various different things. Think full-blown citadel, multiple rooms, multiple floors, bell tower, massive structure.
I think I want to go flying with Jaff. It's been a while since he's really stretched his wings and just kind of bonding experience with my dragon. Not really anything else I can do.
Okay. So you take to the air and you fly about. And in this hex, where I'll move it over to the island map so you get an idea of where you're at. This hex where I'm pointing. Right there. It's very vibrant. Life flourishes. One thing you notice as you're flying in the sky, there is no hostility here. The hostile creatures you see on the border of this territory or this area refuse to enter. Or if they do enter, they immediately pacify.
Oh, I just remembered another thing I do want to do. Maybe not within this hex, so that way my actions don't have any effect on anybody just minding their own business. Maybe I'll go just outside the border of the hex, and that's where I'm gonna do my butchering of the carcasses in my bag.
Fair. That wouldn't have any innate bad effects here because it is kind of the natural order of things.
I more mean like anybody who has a weak stomach for it. I'm
Fair,
not over
fair.
there
All right.
making in the bushes.
Gotcha. All right, Chucky, anything you do?
Yeah, I would wander around. I know there's a bunch of people that we rescued from the Beastman camp. I'd see how they're doing, and then eventually I'd find a peaceful spot to pray and meditate.
Okay. As you sit and you meditate, collecting yourself, the winds pick up around you and once again begin to blow to the northeast, and you feel a very sinister presence. Give me a religion check.
1 second, I gotta take off. Unless you're saying I'm using the herbal, it wasn't.
No, you're just meditating. So unless you incorporate that into your meditation,
That would cost 5 gold every time, so no.
fair. See how pious you are. Does that stand?
It's been a new day, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Not much better, but better.
You can sense this very sinister presence in the presence of another, of just sheer rage.
I am back. Sorry, I had to step aside for a second.
You're good. They're in close proximity to each other. Beyond that, you can't really glean any additional information.
Okay.
All right. So the day passes, you all get your sleep and wake up. Solon, as you step out of your garden and you head back to the war chief's hut. There, your good friend Jumba and Took are laughing with Sylar and Vale. And their heads turn to you. Sylar nods, and Jumba, with speed defying his size and rotundness, is upon you and embraces you in a big hug, picking you up off your feet.
My back cracked. That hurt.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was just excited to see my good friend who helped bring me back.
You should really thank Araxis as well. She did everything she could to bring you back.
I noticed a piece of my fruit missing.
She wanted to make sure you had something good on your lips before you passed into the next life.
I like this, Araxis. Considerate. Did nothing, but I like the intent. So what do we do now, my friend?
Sorry, getting sent stuff. Me and the others are on the outs at the moment. So I haven't decided yet.
Tell me not the pretty one. She tried to give me fruit.
No.
What about the short green one? I like the color of his skin.
No, he's... we're on decent terms as far as I'm aware. He doesn't interact with me much. He just kind of gives me a disapproving look whenever I do stuff.
Oh, then it would have to be Gavin, the one whose father has a stick up his ass.
That would be him. He stuck something in my back.
That makes little Jumba sad.
Yeah, a lot of that going around. Well, my options
Friendships are
are...
beautiful things. They can be mended.
You haven't met my family long, have you?
My father had many interactions with Drake.
Yeah, but he never pissed him off, did he?
No, but your uncle did many times, and I realize when I say uncle, that's a long list of fucked up individuals. But
You...
your actual uncle, wait, no,
Yeah,
the one
think
with
about
the
that one for a little
dragon.
bit. Anyways,
Yeah, no, he had to sit there and backtrack a lot what he was saying because you have a fucked up family line.
beyond belief. I am trying to decide the best course of action. If I'm going to continue to explore the island on my own, rejoin the group as it were, or something in the middle. I haven't quite decided yet.
To go alone is definitely suicide, my friend.
Needs to be done, and I haven't decided if I can
Together,
trust.
together we have explored much. Its bounties of this island becoming known and bared before us. We've also seen the threats. That evil witch who killed me is a prime example. Falling into something like that alone, there would be no coming back.
I gesture out towards the general populace of the village. Luckily, I have many powerful allies here.
This is true.
Like I said, I haven't made my decision yet.
You see, as you're talking with Jumba, and because these are very much like tribal huts and things like that, and there's some class to them, but very very kind of World of Warcraft horde style structures, if you will. Um, you see, like two to three female orcs carrying large platters of food, and then you see Jumbo just get this massive grin on his face. I add a little ingredient, and he pouts.
Fuck.
He pats his endless supply of Jumbo fruit.
Part of my urge wants me to warn people. The other part kind of wants to see what's going to happen.
And then after those three step by, a few moments later, you see others step by, and you just see that grin still there as a giant feast is being prepared for the victories over the beastmen that they've accomplished over the last week, and the rise to power of Sylar, and Vorgoth leaving, which has definitely made a lot of people happy. You get the idea. You get the idea this feast is enough to feed this city. And Jumba has an endless pouch of Jumba fruit.
I go and I make sure that the guards that are on patrol do not partake in said feast. Because if Jumba destroys the city through his actions, I'm going to be miffed.
Small doses, nothing crazy. Just a little fun.
If a city gets destroyed, I'm gonna be miffed.
You hear Sylar, who was talking to Vale. What was that?
Jumba was just expressing his joy in his ability to help prepare such a wondrous feast. I say with intent.
And I rolled a natural 1 for his perception. Thank you for your aid in helping feed our people. And he goes back talking to Vale.
He gave his okay. Now everything's on him. I'm innocent.
Yeah, no. I rolled a perception just to see if he could. The DC was 10. The only way he would have failed that is rolling a natural 1. And he rolled a natural 1.
So I sit back and I watch the show.
All right.
Does Vale notice?
She does. She lets it go through. She's from a people where things like this happen at festivals and whatnot. A spiritual awakening, connecting with the ancestors and so forth, so on. She sees no harm in this, and she sees what Solon has done, preventing the guards on duty and whatnot from partaking. She has no qualms with it. She's not going to eat any of it.
Same.
All right. So yeah, the city definitely, there is a very strange just atmosphere after people start eating and tripping balls, even with a minor dose. It's not full blown. They're on their ass, can't, operate, but definitely a trip that most of them have never been on. You have, your handful of people that are just or more than a couple handfuls, but, majority of the people are just lively and, they're seeing the vibrant colors and, seeing with true sight and various other different things. And then you got the others that are kind of like sitting in the corner, rocking back and forth. No suicides or anything like that, but there's definitely, some that are, conversing to the ether, and you see tears in their eyes, some joyful, some sorrow. Other people are just, again, making merry, and it's something that benefits the city overall. For those of you at the Temple of Serenray, the next day comes, and you are jostled from your meditation as you feel like a lug nut just hit you in the back of the head.
I look down and I'm guessing it is a lug nut.
Yep. You didn't even need to look at it because your brother has done this numerous times to you to get your attention.
I ignore him and pretend I haven't,
He walks up behind you very slowly. Give me a perception check. What's his stealth DC? 10 plus his modifier.
Let's see. That would be 16. So
you fail to notice as he, takes one of his satchels with mechanical parts and whatnot, and he just dumps it over your head, and you're just pelted with lug nuts and screws and all various different things. Ignore that. And you get to pick it up.
No, I think you're good too.
If I had to pick it up, I'm not going to tell you what Neshama is showing me.
Well, as I say that he gets to pick it up, I grab him and give him a hug,
He,
and then soon after, put him in a headlock, give him a noogie.
he's, stop it! Stop it! Zero! And you see Zero, he hunches down and starts growling at you, and you see him start to charge one of his freaking beams.
I let him go, just chuckling.
Dusts himself off.
You
So
scared me, Don't do that again.
I will do my best. That was a little bit more dangerous than I thought it would be. Being my real first time out adventuring like this, that's definitely more than I thought it would be. I've made extensive notes in my journal now.
Some new sketches and stuff.
Yes. But no, seriously, Neshama has shown me a danger to the northeast.
I keep feeling something that way. What exactly?
A fiend-like creature is merging with the Northmen.
I don't like the sound of that. I'm guessing I don't have to roll. I can put that two to two together.
You can make an educated guess.
I am going to go find the other two, whoever they are. Gavin
It's
and
a matter of
Rex.
months before it is completed.
That's what he says. It's a matter of months before it's completed.
Yes.
Everybody, we should find and warn the others about this.
For simplicity's sake, Arathis and Gavin, Chucky finds you and brings you together.
So, I've been getting warnings from the Northeast, and what my brother tells me is the Shama has warned him that there is a fiend trying to combine with a Norseman up northeast, which, yeah, you could easily assume what that is. Does Gavin
Well,
or
that
Rex
means-
say anything?
Doesn't seem like that's a good thing.
Tell me more about the feeling itself. Is it
Feeling I get is sinister. Well, I couldn't tell any more than that. Granted, I know I had felt what was his name? I don't remember if we had a name for him. The one that was the war.
No, you never got a name for him.
War's minion that when I know I felt him go up north before, so I'm guessing it's him that's combining with the Northman.
I mean, we just got to assume that until we run into another fiend. on this island.
Is it
Now,
safe
you
to
know-
assume the
Or go ahead.
Black Lord is a fiend as well?
You would know, Gavin. No, he's not. He's much like Vorgoth, Famine, and whatnot. Mortal champion with a seal attached to him.
Then I would explain that no, he was like Vorgoth's position, former position.
Ah. Do we tell Solon about this? I know he's a little bit pissed off, but
You do know a bit about Vagar. He is the most ruthless of the Lords of the North. He's the most savage. He's the most tyrannical.
Would I get the feeling he would openly accept it, or is he fighting against it?
Depends. Depends what poisoned honey words were whispered in his ears from war. You do know that he's always wanted Archaon's position. He's actually battled Archaon a few times for it, but has always failed.
Yeah.
And you do know that Archaon has denied him, because normally when that battle happens, it's to the death. Archaon has shown great dishonor to him, or has denied him the honor of honorable death in combat.
So Gavin would be openly worried on it, thinking that this specific Lord of the North is very susceptible to corruption of that nature.
Like I said, when I rolled randomly, other than Archaon, to see what Lord of the North washed up on here, I was like, fuck.
Fuck. Gavin would go ahead and tell Chucky, yeah, you should probably tell Solon, but
I don't know where he is, and I don't have a communication or a spell, so I don't know how to communicate with him. I mean, if I could get a hold of Zivit, he'd be able to send a message, but I'd have to go find Zivit.
I want to try something.
Okay.
It's probably just going to be more of a laugh than actually get any results, but I want to think at Solon very hard and just for giggles, see if he hears me.
You can actually give me a society roll.
Society?
Yep, I know this is odd, but because you did take the Dragoon archetype feat, and he is son of...
Ooh, I'm gonna go.
You have an aneurysm.
I die. 9.
Nope.
Okay.
See her twitch there for a moment.
Something in your eye.
I don't want to talk about it.
You got a little twitch there.
Everything's fine. Nothing to concern you.
All right. So what do y'all do?
Zadok, I know the ritual. I know what he needed. Could I deduce the possible places on the island he could have gone to for that?
Without needing a role, you can surmise that he would either go to the Queen of the Forest or to Sylar. Because of all your allies, those would be the two with the means of doing the ritual.
Trying to think because I'm not trying to metagame this. um. Look, I've been around Solon long enough. Don't think that my senses with my scythe could go that far across the island, correct?
No. You are but a child holding something that is as ancient as time.
Yeah.
You can give me raw intelligence.
Okay.
You could probably deduce that it would be going to Sylar because he has Vale there and, Klaus and other prominent NPCs. Where, yes, the Queen of the Forest does as well. You don't know what's all at her arsenal.
Yeah. But I know what's at Vorgoth's old place and now Sylar's place.
Yep.
That and the seer could probably give us a little bit more detail on what's happening in the north. She might be able to actually see that. So I'll ask Nair to open up a portal for us back to that encampment.
Portal's opened. You step through.
I tell her thank you and to take care.
As you enter, you see people tripping balls.
It's just people going batshit crazy.
Not batshit crazy, more like a rave or just like a tribal celebration, high as
Like
a
a
kite.
gay wedding.
Yes.
Oh,
This
like
has
definitely here.
This has jumbo fruit written all over it, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, you don't need a roll for that, yeah.
Well, we weren't the only ones that succeeded. If we wade ourselves through the fun times, I'm sure we will wind up to our big toad friend and Solon.
Solon, as you're, taking part in the festivities, eating your own food that was prepared specifically for you, not touched by Jumba. Vale comes to your side. Your companions have arrived seeking you. Siler, in the center of the city, there's a massive pyre, and Siler is sitting, sitting on his knees with his eyes closed, his hands on his knees, because he's definitely partaked and he's meditating and taking in the spirituality of what is transcending over him. Took is actually laying next to him, and Jumba's dancing with the orc women.
I'm sipping away at a nice blood wine, relaxing and letting the stress of the last few days go. When I hear that my companions are looking for me, all she sees is the wine glass that I have in my hand shatter. No change of expression on my face.
Okay.
I simply shake my hand loose of the remnants of the wine, and I say, I must see what they've come to tell me. I stand up, brush myself off, and
She guides you to him. Yeah. As you all take this sight in, you definitely, you see Took sleeping next to Siler. You see Jumba dancing with, the orc women and people just having a jovial time. You do see the other ones, like I said, that are kind of rocking in a corner, like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, when will it end? Those are the ones that critically failed. You do see Vale and Solon. What is your expression, Solon?
mask completely neutral. One thing of difference, you notice the pendant of the first lie. Someone's wearing it now.
Okay. Y'all approach.
What can I do for you all?
Got some bad news.
Is there any other kind?
It doesn't seem to be on this island. Other than apparently missing the party, it appears that a fiend and a northerner up northeast are doing some sort of dance to, fuse.
What?
Or however. However,
The neutral face just fades away to confusion, like, what?
Or however two entities combine.
Gavin would speak up. Neutral, probably not even looking in the general direction. And just saying that the most envious of the Northerners that could have wound it up here is probably being corrupted by the fiend.
Which one?
I would assume that fiend was tied to war, correct? If I remember right.
Yes, he was a Daemon Lord of War.
Yeah, I would assume.
No, I'm more clarifying that it's not one of the three champions. It's the fiend.
Yes.
Okay.
And you also know stories of Vigar, of course. Spending time in Anal and the like.
We should let it go through.
Aye.
Because they're fundamentally different entities. Vigar is uncontrollable. Or, and I'm guessing his subordinates, are all about control. They have diametrically opposed alignments. We just made war desperate. And he made a foolish choice. And you tell me, is it easy to corrupt the mind of a barbarian? I say looking at Chucky. Especially the most powerful barbarian to walk these lands in several hundred years.
While not easily corrupted, promises of power and rulership might appeal to him. Whatever this entity is, it is blocking my gaze to the northeast. I do not know of this Vigar. Only what I see in your minds of him. Corrupting might not be what he's seeking, but a promise of new rulership under his name.
An alliance would be right up that alley, and that could be potentially dangerous. But a fusion of these two entities means one fight instead of two, as far as I'm concerned. Neither one of them is more powerful than the other, and as they function in completely different formats, a combination of their abilities shouldn't result in anything more powerful. As a matter of fact, it may actually result in something weaker. So you're sure they're fusing, or are they are becoming allies? I say looking at Chucky because he is the one that said fusing.
And dancing. Now I
And
can just
dancing.
picture the Damon Lord and Vigar dancing, and it's just...
Well, he's getting at the fusion dance from...
I know.
Yeah.
I was making a joke to break tension.
I know, but I can visualize that, and it's just... All I can see is, like, because, like, Vigar's a lot shorter than this Damon Lord, the fat fucking Gogeta. Or, Gogeta.
Wasn't the fat one like Gogeku or something like that?
Something like that. Yeah, that's all I can see right now in my head, and it's fucked up.
I don't know. It seemed fitting for Chucky to make a joke to break tension. So, Chucky looks at Blinks. Is like, as Shamba told you, were they actually fusing or combining?
Combining, yes, but with what this one and he looks at Vale is saying. How smart? What is his intelligence score?
Or 19, something like that.
So very high.
Yeah, it's 19.
This is a desperate act by or then it could simply be the Daemon giving his power to this champion of North in favor of him championing the cause of war. Then if he gives his power to this Norseman or Northman, it's not diametrically opposed, it's just giving him more power. Because one's not trying to contend control or action.
The reason I say diametrically opposed is because if it was famine, that would be this barbarian written all over it. He has self-control issues, and war is all about control.
Could they be? You spoke of the three being an alliance now, actually working in tandem. Could famine be helping war with this as well?
I don't know the dynamics of the horsemen well enough to be able to answer that question. It's possible.
You see him making notes in his journal. Because he's just asking intuitive questions because he himself doesn't know, and he was just thrown in this after waking up and dying and then waking up again.
Famine is all about, sating your base desires with reckless abandon. In other words, a barbarian like Vagir fits that to a T. War is about controlled aggression to achieve victory no matter the cost.
Could it be a fiend of famine then? We assume that it's a fiend of war because of what has transpired and it's gone up north from what you have said, Chucky. But all Neshama told me was a very sinister fiend.
This is the first time I'm here about the situation, so I have no additional information than what you have. I'm just saying that war's power is not conducive to the way barbarians fight and the way Vagir is naturally. I mean, both me and I gesture at Gavin have met Vagir. Vagir is
Vagir is his brother.
They're close enough in name that
I know.
I never
Vex
want
and
to hear you
Vax.
bitch
I
and
wanted to do
moan
Vex
about-
and Vax.
Yeah, I never want to hear you bitch and moan about Vex and Vax anymore, ever again, or anything like that. Should any of us ever choose to do something like that?
Let's do it, Dan. Nets campaign.
Yeah, right. Just to piss him off, because Derek will bitch and moan about it because he's done it in the past whenever we've had close names with siblings or loved ones.
We still need to do the Psionic Power Rangers campaign.
You could do triplets that have all like near matching names too,
I hate
or
you.
quadruplets. Just torment him even more.
If this is a Torment Derek campaign, then it has to be gnomes.
Right?
I'm not GMing.
I'm pretty sure the campaign won't last long, but it would still be funny. We just have to wait, Derek, until you announce a campaign, and then wait until, character creation's done before we reveal, oh yeah, we all switched our race to gnomes. But anyways, back to game.
Level
I say
1 Rask fight.
he is all about sating his base desires, so that's why I say he's not compatible with war. It's also the reason why Archaon is able to stamp him into the ground. If Archaon was here, I'd be more worried about war's influence. But not Vagar.
Oh, if it was Rognavar, it'd be concerned too because he's the collective,
Yeah.
Military mind, not savagery.
Correct. This one, again, he's a perfect match for famine. So take that for what you will. If this is the daemon we encountered that is allied with war and not one of famine, I'm not worried. Now, on the other hand, if it's a daemon we haven't encountered and he is a follower of famine, that would be something to worry about.
Yep. All Neshama showed him was that it is a sinister fiend.
After all, there may be... If it is the war fiend, realistically speaking, he runs into the same problem we all have. There's only so much time to act in a round. It is the inevitable curse of all combatants.
supposedly we have a couple of months for this to happen. So there's that.
Actually, it's going to be longer than that. Because you have to remember, what did we just encounter with Melora's champion? He's going to be decontaminating this island at an increased rate. It's going to be far harder to do. Or the fusing of fiendish energies will be far harder to do with an island that's no longer radiating contamination.
True.
Cough, cough. 6 months.
I know, that's why I'm giving a suitable reason as to why it is going to be 6 months.
Wow.
That's actually the reason.
Actually, it's like 4 months and 25 days. Who's counting?
You are keeper of time.
Oh, wait. 24 days.
Woo! But yes. So, what would you all like to do? You all are in a temple. News is being, or not temple. You all are in the city. Festivities are being had. What do you all do?
Well, Vale's right there. I'm going to ask her one question. And that is, has she seen Eve lately? Or can she see Eve?
She closes her eyes for a minute. She on this island.
Breaking up.
She says she is not on this island. Blasted deserts. And she is with the hooded figure. The Plague Master.
Oh, great.
And she cocks her head. And another I have not seen before. A beastman of immense power. She opens up her eyes quickly. I do not dare to gaze longer.
And you're sure it's a beastman?
Yes.
Male or female?
She closes her eye again, kind of like recollect not the peer. It looked to be a mixture of the two.
Oh, fuck, they're fused.
I mean, we might have forced that hand.
We tend to do that.
And she kind of shakes her head a little bit. And
How do I get Eve away from the Plague Lord and Famine? Or Minion, whatever he is.
I have an idea. It coincidentally coincides with what I want to do, so, you know. Don't think I'm manipulating you into it, so I'm just giving you fair warning. If we begin to... You have to draw one of them out. Pestilence is scared shitless of us.
Yeah.
We fucked him up too hardcore for him to engage us directly.
Yeah. So you want to go?
You're fairly confident that he has wounds he can never recover from.
I'm guessing you want to go deal with the totems.
Yeah, totems, and then clear out their villages, settlements, whatever the fuck you want to call them. Search around those areas, see if we can find any hidden forces like we did before. You hit enough of their targets, hampering their ability to wage war, and making them easier to spot by taking out these totems. And feasibly, as side note, making us more powerful in the mean run. Eventually, you'll force famine to begin to move. I don't know if she'll move herself, but you'll at least draw her gaze as she moves her hordes. So, question, Derek. To my character's recollection, has famine ever left the Fire Island? We saw their projection. But from things we've been told, have they ever left?
From your recollection, no.
I honestly question on whether or not famine can move from her island, or from their island.
All of you can give me a perception check real quick.
I'm going to spend my token.
Okay, I don't have my token left, do I? Or has it been a new day?
Oh, no, that has not been any day.
All I have is my hero point. Yeah, why not? 19.
Alright.
Blinks receive or not?
Yeah. Okay. So, after your all's discussion, what do y'all do? It's getting to be in the evening now. This would be 2 days. Siler, he finally gets up from his meditation and walks over to y'all. The sun is setting. I will have quarters drawn for all of you. He looks to Jumba, that's having the time of his life. Peculiar friend you have there.
He's a drug addict. But I like him.
He nods and chuckles. Before you find rest, come speak with me. I will discuss my plans for us moving out. We must defend this, as this is our command post, if you will. But our next targets I have in mind. And as trusted allies, I would seek your counsel.
Gavin would give a nod.
He goes back and communes with others. Vale actually goes and you see her grab one of the goblets and just takes a big drink and begins dancing next to the pyre. You'll have a few hours before.
Oh, goblets! I was so confused. I'm like,
thought I said goblin, did
real
you?
quick. grabs one of the goblins and takes a big drink.
I didn't know this was a rated X party. God.
Don't worry about it. That's happening in 2 huts over. You have a few hours before convening with Siler. Anything y'all wish to do? Speak with each other, purchase, do anything of note before meeting with him.
I'll leave a bit to go walk around before I go. Gavin would just look at Solon and tell him to be well. And not wait for an answer, and kind of stroll off.
Dunn was forthcoming, so didn't ignore him, but didn't respond either.
Yeah.
I guess Solon waits to see if anybody needs him for anything. He looks at Chucky and he says, striking out and investigating the villages we know of, and investigating them should probably be our first task, and their surroundings. Second task, hitting the Sea Devil and Beastman tribes that we're aware of.
I just worry he's going to do something sure in the meantime.
You have to remember, they took a pretty big blow when Death got summoned. A huge part of their forces got insta-wiped. You have pretty sturdy walls around this particular settlement. It would take a significant force to break the defense here, especially if we're continually reinforcing it with those we find from the villages.
I didn't think they were going to attack here right now. I was talking about her. I meant Eve.
As far as, do you think we have the strength to get her now?
Kind of doubt it.
Our only option then is to draw Famine away, who's the stronger of the three, or find something on the island that will allow us to collect her under the nose of Famine and Pestilence.
I mean, is she under her own control? The way it sounded, she wasn't, but I don't know.
We have found many entities of significant power on this island. If we can draw Famine's gaze away from them, or from where he's at right now, if we can find another entity that's willing to do us a favor, would be your second best bet. Those are the only real options I have for you.
Nothing's ever simple on this island, is it?
It's probably why it's so difficult to get to, and even harder to leave. Prisons tend to be complicated, especially for the prisoners.
I suppose.
All right. So, where do you go off to, Chucky, if anywhere? Raxus, where do you go off? And Dan, where do you go off? Or sorry, Solon. NPC, I'm sorry.
I guess I go to whatever room I was staying in previously.
Okay. Raxus, you?
Do I see Solon leave?
Yes.
I follow behind him a ways to where he's staying and wait until he's closed the door. Kind of seem like I'm having a second thought, and then I'll go knock on his door.
Okay.
I let her in.
I kind of stand there awkwardly, looking like I'm trying to find words, and then I give him an even more awkward hug, and then I leave.
Oh, I say that as she's retreating.
I kind of
I
want
let
to
her.
do the same thing for Jumba, wherever he's at.
He's dancing with the orc lady still. As
Then
you,
I will wait until he's done with that, because I don't know if he...
oh, you're talking about Jumba at a party being done. After like, 10, 15 minutes of standing there awkwardly, Jumba catches your eye and he's dancing and he's dancing and he comes up to you and grabs you by your forearm and pulls you in there and starts dancing with you. Him taking the lead in a bizarre tribal dance of his people.
I I don't see my character as much of a dancer, so I'm
No,
very awkward. I probably stamp on his feet a couple times purely by accident and make a complete fool of myself. And
he just laughs not at you, but the environment you find yourself in. Loosen up, little one. It's a party. Let go of your burdens and sorrows. And thank you for trying to save little Jumba. And he grabs you by both your hands and like spins you around. And for a moment, you're off your feet as he spins you. And you realize how strong Jumba actually is. And then you're back on your feet and he twirls you and you almost, stumble onto somebody else before catching yourself. Your warrior trained reflexes. And this just transpires for a while. Until, you see him acting a fool to make you smile, to lift your spirits.
yeah, that'll happen. We'll go with that and then dance until I'm exhausted.
Would you like some fruit? It will keep you going all night.
I'm going to go with no. Thanks, Lily.
As you twirl, one time you see Jaffamil laying on his back, kicking up in the air, and like his right wing is like flipping at something, and you can just see him gazing off into nothing, and you can see a big bowl that is just empty sitting next to him.
I was glad Jumbo was back there for a bit, but now he's back to annoying, and you don't drug my dragon.
He didn't purposely drug your dragon. Nobody told you what the foods were. So, Chucky, what do you do? And then I'm getting to Solon.
I would, I'd go ask Vale if she could, tell me how Eve looked, just to make sure that she'd be under control or what.
Give me a perception check.
Perception. 16.
You can't find her anywhere.
I can't find Vale anywhere.
Nope.
Well, then I just go and join the party.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to get to Gavin before I get to Solon. Gavin, what are you doing? You walked away.
Gonna mind my own business for a little bit, then I'll go try and find a Veil.
Give me a perception check. Veil's nowhere near to be found.
Then I'll just take a moment to watch the festivities and the once in a lifetime dancing Araxes.
Fair. Solon, as you're waiting for, the time to come to convene with Siler, there's a knock at the door.
Yeah, enter.
In steps of Veil. You can see that, her left strap of her dress is down, revealing a little bit of the cleavage. And she has a smile on her face looking at you. Give me a perception check. Okay. With quick motion, she, it's not like super speed or anything like that. She's in front of you, and she puts her left hand upon your cheek and leans in and gives you a kiss.
Dan, I'm not saying anything, but this has
Possession written all over it.
this has Gavin's mom written all over.
Want to know the difference? Solon's already married.
This could make it far worse.
To a demigoddess.
Could make it far worse.
Daughter of Tiamat.
Yep. Gets worse.
Thought
So,
you were
yeah.
going to partake.
Do you say that before or after she kisses you or attempts to kiss you?
After.
All right. I need you to give me a will save.
I knew it was possession.
Okay.
Damn.
Hey, 25. I mean, you can only do one better than that.
I have gone so long without embracing my heritage of the Anoians. Seeing everyone dance and partake just stirred feelings that I didn't know I was missing. And with quick movement, you see her undo the straps and her dress falls before you, where she stands nude. A truly gorgeous woman. I need another will save from you. Unless you say anything or do anything before she does that. Sorry. Don't want to get ahead of myself.
Yeah, don't say anything or do anything. Solon isn't exactly crazy about his wife, so or fiance, so
Right. Seeing her as this, her tenderness towards you, and those bonding moments you've had since meeting, there is a passion that stirs inside of you. She smiles, her eyes filled with equal passion, leans in for another kiss. I need another will save from you. Okay. As you stand there and you take in the sensation, and it is electrifying. Unlike anything you've ever felt. She sits on the bed and curls into it and motions you forth very seductively. I need one more will save. As this is a skill challenge. Or a challenge.
because I want to check, I try connecting with her mentally. Not her specifically, but I try connecting with I don't even remember the name of the girl I'm about to sleep with.
That's bad, Dan. You haven't even fucking gotten drunk and you can't remember her name.
There are a lot of names to remember in this campaign.
Vale.
Try connecting with her with my telepathy. Is it the
can't.
one before me or is it someone else?
It is the one before you, but what you feel is just passion, gratitude, lust, and these are all genuine feelings she has towards you, but amplified. Because you did this, I will give you a +3 bonus on your next save. All right.
28 then.
As you you take that in, and you can feel that in the back of your mind, you can feel that these feelings are real, but they're amplified 100, 1,000 times over, and your subconscious is yelling at you. She motions with her hand one more time. This is make or break right here. You have 2 successes, 2 failures.
Give me 1 second here. Yeah, it doesn't work like I was hoping it would. Mental effects work 1 last round on me, just FYI, Derek, from my race. 27.
The +3 was only for that one roll.
Oh, it's only for the 1 roll?
Yeah. Does that stand?
24. I'll go ahead and hero point it just on the off chance I can roll a 19 or 20. I have a 1 in 10 shot.
No.
24 it is.
And while your subconscious is screaming in the back of your mind, you can't resist the connection there, how she feels for you, how you felt her true feelings for you, and just things in your own life. You give in,
Oh, wait.
join her in bed. We will fade to black. Time comes. Huh?
Wait a minute. I need to see something real quick. Okay, come on. Roll 20 is being slow. I cast Calm Emotions. Everybody in the
That would be a counteract check with this. So use your spell casting ability modifier to add that to a d20.
much better than my saves.
Does not clear it.
Would this be a counteract considering she's supposed to be my DC? For this
What
spell?
is what's your
Yeah,
no
20.
you're counteracting what is in effect here because this
Got it.
isn't natural emotions.
Got
Well, the emotion she feels for you is real, but the supernatural aspect of it is, you know, outside of her. So yes, fade to black. Time comes for you all to meet with Siler. All of you convene except for two. Both Solon and Vale are missing. Siler looks around. Is this all that is joining me today or tonight?
Apparently.
I thought Solon was coming, but I don't know.
I saw Vale partaking in the festivities. This is her first real time since being on this island. She may have passed out herself. We can continue without Solon. I would prefer him to be here, but I trust your counsel as well as his.
I mean, we would prefer him to be here as well, but late is late. Let's go ahead and get it on.
Pearl pulls up a map of the island.
Well, before we get started, we all know Solon well enough. Would we know that he would prefer to be there? And if he was sleeping, he'd get over us waking him up to be there?
I don't know, damn, would they?
They all know I have the ability to instantly contact them for free mentally, and I didn't mention or say anything about being late or even going to bed, considering we were only meeting a couple hours from then.
So there you go. Take it for what you will.
I would assume right now he won't tell me anything, so it's up to you guys.
Dad, because you know I'm the best.
Would you tell them, yes, he would prefer to be here? And the fact that he hasn't contacted could mean something dastardly.
Fuck it. I'll be back.
All right.
And I will go off to Solon's hut.
Okay. You knock on the door. Solon, give me a perception check. You are asleep, so this is taking a -4.
I knock hard.
You've heard the stories of the Anolian women. They make you knock the fuck out. Is that with the
23.
-4?
No, that's not with the -4, so 19.
19. You're stirring awake. You haven't been asleep too long. You feel exhausted and drained, even more than you usually are, because low constitution. You're quite proud of yourself for the hours you just spent with this fine woman. But you are sore and tired, and there's a loud knock on the door. She is asleep next to you.
Does she sleep through the knocking?
Yes.
Cover myself, and prestidigitation. Rest. I go to the door, but I keep sight of what's in the room. I block the door, being able to see it.
Okay.
Before he gets
You
to
open
the
up
door,
the door.
before he gets to the door, knocking, I don't know if he's in there or not. And I take it takes a minute for him to get to the door. I'll go ahead and sight in. I don't know where he is. He could be here. He could not be here.
He could be tied up and ball gagged and gutted. You don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. As you stand up and you take that moment to deliberate on getting dressed, you're like, fuck it. Prestidigitation. And then Gavin teleports on the inside.
I couldn't even get to the door yet. Wave my hand, and the covers go pull up further or cover up my companion.
Gavin will say straight faced, I didn't want you to be late to answer the door like you were late to Siler's.
Solon, give me a willpower save.
I'm going to calm emotions again. It's a low level spell, so
For this, I need you to give me a counteract check. Nope. Willpower save. Does that stand?
I need to roll a 19 to resist this. I'm not going to roll a 19.
How dare this? How dare this so-called friend of yours just barge into your room? First, he steals something that is not his, and now just rudely just invites himself into your room. How dare he? He is not a friend. You are very aggressive towards him right now. You are one step away from all-out attacking him. If you go like MMO standards for like friendship and reputation, you're very unfriendly with him. Next step is hostile. What do you do?
Give me a second here. I'm reading the spell. He needs to make a will saving throw.
Nope.
Forced out of the room. And because it's only a 2 action, I'm going to go ahead and extend it 2 minute.
Does it move him out?
Just as I can't move closer. Right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Still fits thematically. It still fits thematically. Like he cannot move any closer to you. He can't unless he's moving out of this room. He's pretty stuck where he's at. It's still thematically fitting with your unfriendly demeanor towards him.
Also means if I actually get into a fight with him, I can stay out of his range.
Yes, you can. I need you to give me a raw or a deception check if you're going to try to mask your unfriendly nature towards him right now. If you're not going to mask it, you don't need to roll it. And the DC is his perception DC, which is 10 plus your perception modifier.
No, casting these 2 spells kind of give away the game there.
Yeah, fair. You could see a very just uncharacteristic of Soul, and you know he's mad at you, so not necessarily uncharacteristic.
But in perspective, when I'm at the height of my anger towards you, I maintained a neutral expression, even if you could see behind it.
Yeah.
You see unadulterated rage right now.
I don't sense like any type of magical effect or anything like that on him.
Do you have anything that'll allow you to do that?
I'm guessing it's nothing the true sight from the scythe would pick up.
No. That allows you to see, through doppelgangers, where creatures allow you to see into the ethereal plane. Does not pick up curses and things like that.
Does anything mysterious ping if I were to just do a quick detect magic?
What are the components for that?
I don't need to use components if it's an innate spell, right? Or
Is it an innate spell or a cantrip?
it's an innate,
Damn it, make me.
It's actually technically both.
technically, yeah.
Looking the rules up real quick.
Semantic and verbal.
Yes. All right. You can tell the innate level of hostility right now. You can try to cast this stealthily, but you're going to need to succeed on a stealth roll versus his perception.
Okay.
What's your perception DC, Dan? It's 10 plus your perception modifier.
19.
All right. Post detect magic for me real quick.
Okay, give me just a second.
What level is this? 4th level?
4th, yeah. I'm choosing to ignore the spell I just saw that was just cast. It says you could choose to ignore magic you're fully aware of.
You can detect the pendant of the first lie. You can detect that the illusionary aspects of prestidigitation, because he's now naked under that. Hold on 1 second, I gotta look up a trait for this. All right. You can also tell that there is another magic on him. It is enchantment, and it is a curse. It is very powerful.
being I know it's curse-like, it's not something I can dispel.
You'd have to have something that allows you to remove a curse.
Yeah.
What do? You can see that he is uncharacteristic, aggressive. You can tell when he's pissed off at you. Generally, if you perceive high enough. But this definitely is not Solon in his normal manner. His aggression is definitely heightened. What do you do?
Fuck. Well, I mean, I still... Curse-wise, there's nothing I can do there. Well, so I'm going to play this as socially as I can.
If this
I
goes on
will...
much longer, I'm probably gonna show up also to see what's taking so long.
I will...
This has only been a matter of seconds, depending on the next couple things that are saying. I will allow that.
I will apologize. Turn to go ahead and leave. And word for word say that sorry, Solon, this is very uncharacteristic of you. The others are waiting.
Give me a diplomacy check.
I just say the others are waiting at Siler's.
Diplomacy check. What is your will DC, Dan?
I'm gonna token that.
16.
16, okay.
Come on, diplomacy.
I need you to give me a will save, Dan.
Oh my fuck god, yes.
It irks you a bit with his wording there, but you nod and let it go. Like, how dare that fucker call me out like that? But whatever, it's Gavin. You walk out. What do you do?
I apologize to Nair. I tell her to give me a portal.
Okay.
I want to get the Silers before Solon does, and I want to tell Siler there's a curse on Solon.
Okay. About this time, Araxis, you arrive at Solon's place. Because he teleported, you don't run into Gavin. You come up to Siler's place, and I'm guessing you knock on the door, and you just barge on in, too.
I was brought up properly, so I knock.
Solon, I'm assuming you're actually going to get properly dressed and whatnot, being informed. You still have intentions to go to the meeting, right? Dan?
I go to see who it is.
All right, you still have intentions to go to the meeting, right?
Correct.
All right, so at this point, you're actually dressed. And Vale starts to, stir, and then you hear a knock at the door, and you open it, and there's Araxis.
Fuck, is everyone gonna show up?
Can't the man just fucking peace?
Fuck it, let's have the meeting
Yes.
here.
Araxis, you have to speak if you're going to say something.
Sorry, it was a really loud commercial. Just reminding you that we were gonna meet at what's his name? Solar?
Tyler, yeah.
Zyler.
Tyler.
Gavin informed me already.
Okay. Everything fine? It's not like you to be late.
Give me a perception check.
Me?
Yeah, you.
You can see some marks of passion on his neck and the like. So what you do with that is up to you, but yes.
Not any of my business. I will see you at the meeting.
Finish getting dressed and I head that way.
Knock, knock, knock. Chucky's at the door. No.
I'd kill someone.
He's like, you're late, and just throws you over his shoulder and starts running.
Nope, I don't let him get close to me.
Vale gets dressed too, and she smiles at you. There's like this connection between the two of you now. There's like this bond. And she gets dressed and walks by your side to Silers. Gavin, you appear in the war chambers of Siler. Chucky's there, and Jumpa's there. Though Jumpa's actually asleep on Took. What do you do?
I'll alert them not to bring it up, as I want to get through this night peacefully. But I detected a curse upon Solon, and he was not acting himself towards me.
Actually, that was a radius, right? Detect magic, 30-foot emanation.
Yeah.
You would have detected it on Vale as well.
Okay. Said okay on Solon and Vale. And it was a curse. Nothing that I can tangle with. That I know of.
Siler.
But as mad as Solon has ever gotten at me, he's never struck out at me.
Did you fear that would have been the case?
Yeah.
If pressed?
If I had stayed any longer, I'm afraid it would have.
And you say Vale is affected as well.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, that's dire. For she is the one gifted within the city's walls that can remove such things. Our bards are not as sufficient. If it is affecting the two of them, our bards are not sufficient enough to break the curse. And we have no holy men or women besides her in this village.
Incorrect. technically one of the person that could remove the curse in the village.
Who's that?
Elena.
Oh yeah, the paladin.
No,
And
not,
Zevit if he's here.
not paladin. The witch.
Oh,
The Elven witch.
is she here?
Remember, she was the one I didn't want.
Yeah, to go with Kendra.
Yep.
And yeah, you did say she was at the city, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Telra's the paladin or champion. That's right, and she wouldn't have been able to do it. So yeah, is Zivit here as well?
I'm guessing you'd be here. Where else would he go?
Well, that's why I'm asking. I'm assuming it was here. I was just making sure I didn't forget something you had him doing.
No.
Okay. So you have two people here potentially that can break it.
The question is Zivit in any coherent form right now?
Probably not.
That's my worst fears. A bard at a party.
Yeah, probably not, honestly.
Being the high tension and not knowing how either of them react, it might not be best to bring it up right now. But I wanted to bring your guys' attention before they got here.
He nods. All right. Araxis, you return first. About 5 minutes later, both Solon and Vale walk in. Thank you for joining me, friends. I've asked you here for counsel on my next move. He looks at the group. I'm thinking of sending an emissary to the kingdom of ghouls. We need allies with this war coming. While my brother used their delusions to foster allies, an alliance with them. I believe a true alliance would hold better. They stay in their borders and do not approach unless trying to take new land, which has been some time. Give me a perception check, everyone. Need one from Solon. What the fuck?
I couldn't click on the thing. I'm reloading Roll20. But it's a +9, so I 10.
You're rolling
I
a
rolled a
natural.
nat 1.
Yep. Okay. Araxis and Chucky, you know that you can get the sensation that this wasn't the full extent of what he wanted to talk to you all about. But with current situations as they are, he's only speaking a portion of his plan.
Okay.
Solon, you're distracted by Vale. You're seeing her in a whole new light. This is a true wife. This is a true companion to spend your life with. Beautiful, intelligent, gifted. How dare your father predetermine your life? What do you all think about this proposal? Creating a true alliance, sending some of our military force to aid them and them us, as well as resources, scouts, and knowledge, and a true open trade agreement between our people.
I mean, always a true alliance will fare you better than a fake one.
Agreed on that point. I honestly don't know much about them though, so can they fully be trusted?
While they are delusional about, well, it's hard to truly describe them. They are a nation, an undead of honor, chivalry, and a code of conduct that is baffling on this island.
I will, without other input in, I will across the table ask, "What do you think, Solon?"
I stand up out of nowhere and I teleport.
Okay.
I teleport and I bring Vale with me.
Okay.
We're in the Sarenrae Temple. It suppresses curses. As soon as the thought crossed my mind of how dare my father, my character immediately sensed warning bells. And so his first impulse was to go to the Sarenrae Temple.
For a moment, while you're at the Sarenrae Temple, both you are clear of mind. Vale, she kind of shies away, not like insulting to you, but like very much you were her first, and her feelings for you were true, and then all of a sudden the realization that her everything was amplified, and while she very much enjoyed it, this is not how she intended, kind of thing, you know. Also angry that she's manipulated.
Luckily, I have 18 charisma. The sting out of it a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. You feel
actually, it's an 18. That's right.
Your mind is clear as well. One thing that you notice immediately, because your high perception and hers, this temple is only suppressing it. As soon as you leave it, it will be back in full effect. And that actually gives you a terrifying realization of how potent this curse is. That not even the Temple of Sarenrae can dismiss it entirely. Where it got rid of the Plague Lords, Pestilence, and all that, this curse is truly powerful. And not even the Temple of Sarenrae can completely get rid of it. Only suppress it while you're within this hex.
I send a telepathic message to everyone. I say, the curse is suppressed for the time being. For both me and Vale. Sarenrae's temple can suppress it. It can't eliminate it.
Y'all can talk back to him, by the way. I was glad you caught on that, Dan. That's why I used those words to see if you caught on it.
I knew it was... I've known since the beginning as a player, but as a character...
Well, yeah, I'll talk about your character as your character, you catching on to that and whatnot, yep.
My character, I made no bones about how my character feels about his dad, about how much he admires and likes his dad.
Mm-hmm.
There's almost like a mental sigh of relief from Gavin, and he jokingly says, "Welcome back."
Wait, Solomon was cursed?
Oh yeah, you missed that.
Said all that before Araxis got.
Yeah, you were 3 seconds away from joining in for a threesome. I say that through the connection.
Oh.
Okay, so everyone sees the thought that crosses, because this is telepathy.
Yep.
So the plan that Solon immediately comes up with and takes a not short enough time for, good measure to be comforting. The plan he comes up with, but eventually discard, is he almost commits suicide in order to, because they can resurrect.
I mean,
But he chooses not to because he has War Seal, so...
yeah. There's kind of that thing.
He also can't use the dagger.
I mean, though, I guess technically with the sci-fi could sever that, but, is near here or there.
You can't. Quran can.
Good.
Again, infant wielding an item of ancient power.
Elena can try to remove the curse. After all, she is like level 17 or 18. I think Telra was 18, so Elena was 2 levels lower than her.
Yeah.
If memory serves.
Yes.
So she is a pretty freaking high level witch. And she's doing it in the Sarenrae Temple.
That's got to give some type of bonus there.
Yeah.
Plus, I figure we can figure out other bonuses to give. Maybe.
Elena walks up to you because she can read the mind of, or not Elena, but Nair. Allow me to analyze both of you.
I allow it.
She uses her version of detect magic. And it takes a minute for her to do so. We must be careful in removing this curse. For if it's not executed flawlessly, the curse will spread to those around. You are tampering with magic from the one who controls the spirits of the animal lords.
Oh, thank you. You reminded me of what I can do. Looking up exact wording. Gonna make them make a DC check. Unbound. Free target from magical control, compulsion, or oath with a magical check. Arcana, occult, religion, or nature religion.
Yeah, it gives you a counteract. You or the entity.
The entity has to make one of those rolls. And they're not a caster. Because there's no way in hell they're a caster with no impulse control.
What are the 3 skill checks? It's the skill or the magical skills, right?
Yeah, just one of the magical skills. They don't have to make one for each. It's just...
Yeah. And what's your DC?
It would be a 24.
It holds.
Someone want to make a hero point check to make him reroll?
I'll hero point it.
It holds. Somebody could check with a talisman. Your trinket.
Talisman can't force them to reroll.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. It was the exact same roll. As you
What if
as you do this, Dan, as you try to draw on the blessing of which deity gave you this?
The Chainbreaker.
You see a mockery of her in your mind's eye. Your gods mean nothing to me.
You have no idea how much. I wish I had the greater version of this unlocked.
Enjoy ripping everyone you care about apart. And the voice just goes silent.
Okay, when it's speaking, I do something.
Okay.
I'm going to stack blessings here. I am going to Blessing of Cord, Challenge. And then
Okay.
I'm going to unlock, but I'm going to unlock Veil.
From what?
Or Unbound, sorry.
Alright, so it needs
But they get a -4 now.
Yep. What's your DC?
24.
Just met it. Does anybody want to try spend a hero point? I'm
have one
rolling
if you wanna use
really
it.
good. Natural 20. So it reverts back to 24. Try as you will. You are nothing.
I send a message to I respond. What the best part about a ritual is? I can try as many times as I want.
You're showing your hand just as I want. At that, it goes quiet.
How does your garden work, Dan?
It's a extra dimensional plane. The blessing, the magical effect currently in it is because I planted the dawn flower there.
So
I'm
within your
wondering-
garden, by the way, it would suppress it as well. Just for future note.
Good to know.
I'm wondering what would happen if Solon ingested the Dawnflower.
Yeah, no. I appreciate where you're going with that, but no. My character isn't going to waste the Dawn Flower on that.
You can keep yours. I still have mine. I think I'm the only one who still has it.
No, I have mine. It's just... No.
Would you eat hers?
No, I wouldn't.
Too valuable a resource to him.
I really don't understand what he means about revealing my hand, because I really haven't revealed anything, and...
Well, this is the first time he's seen, or it has seen, you be able to try to break oaths. Bindings.
No, actually, it isn't. That's what I was doing to his totems.
Right. Okay, yeah, you're right there. Has he seen you do the challenge thing before?
No, the challenge he hasn't seen. It's also not one I use in combat, though, so I'm not really afraid of him knowing that, because I don't want shit to attack me.
Fair, but
I'm
you have
kind of a
used it
glass
in a
cannon.
you've used it in a creative way now.
Yeah.
You get the idea that this thing is watching you, and everything you use to try to break this, it is learning and mapping it out.
So I'm going to go ahead and do it again, but this time on Vale again, but because he's still challenged.
How long does that ritual take?
We said an hour is what it takes to do the ritual.
Okay. 24. That's with the -4.
He succeeded. I'd wait a little bit. I sent a message to tell people what I'm doing, but I say I'm willing to keep doing this until he eventually has to fail. I do the ritual again.
Actually, hold on real quick, because this is a counteract with it, isn't it?
I have no idea.
Yeah, it's a counteract when you're breaking something or dispelling something. It's a counteract. Hold on one second. Who all is around you right now? Close proximity. I just need to know by
Me
player.
would be Vale and I think that would be it. I'm in the Serenite
Nair.
temple, but
Nair as well. Go ahead and give me a D20 roll plus hold on. 12. Charlie.
Well, if we know that it's going to affect anybody around them, and there's a connection with Nair, she probably would know not to get too close.
I've been doing this wrong.
Hmm.
This unbound ritual. I make the magical check equal to the DC, the class DC of the ability. I read this backwards.
Yeah, all right. So you make the roll.
Yeah, I screwed that up.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We've only started getting into the counteract the last few sessions, so
I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who's been using it with the ring right now.
yeah.
Oh shit.
34. I know I beat his fucking DC because I know what the DC is.
You broke the DC for why is it plus 15?
Because Arcana is plus 15 for me.
It's legendary now, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's 8, and then plus your
Arcana gets that's actually a master for me. Plus 6 modifier from intelligence, plus a +3 temporary modifier from my blessing.
Gotcha. So that's 9, And then
What?
plus the 6 for. Yep,
It's actually 37. That would be a crit because I have the book. That gives me a +2.
Yeah, you gotta let me know when you're using that.
Okay, I didn't use it this time, so it's not a crit. But next time when I do
All
it
right.
to myself, it will be.
All right. You sever the curse.
Okay, when I do it to myself, I'm going to be
Hold
using
on.
the book this time.
What is the wording of it? Of your ritual?
Unbound, free target from magical control, compulsion, or oath with a magical check. And then in parentheses, Arcana, Occult, Nature, Religion. DC equal to the class DC of the ability.
Okay. That's why I want to just reword that so we can actually put the traits into what it counteracts, so less confusion in the future. Because that does work on this. I just want to put the traits that it counteracts. So we'll do that. We'll do that later. Because I do like this blessing, and I will keep it for future uses. All right.
26 and then +3, so 29.
All right. As
So
you
is
break
this
it,
2 hours or is this the 6 hours?
this is 2 hours.
Okay.
And in your mind, as you break hers and yours, you just hear this kind of hyena laughter. Good. My work is already done. And the voice fades.
Do I have all my magical buffs still on me?
From what?
From
Your
the
blessings?
totems.
From your totems, yes.
He screwed up. He could have compelled. If he could have gained more control or gained control, he could have scratched me with a dagger.
You could have. But it has something more sinister in mind.
Um,
Said its
God of
job is
life,
done.
right?
Yes.
I extend my hand to Vale and I say, "Would you come with me, please?"
She does.
I enter my garden. I send a message to my companion saying I was able to free myself from that curse completely. But it seemed the famines who caused this curse seemed pleased with what it had already accomplished. And since I only accomplished one thing while under the curse, I gotta check something. I'll be back.
Okay.
I go to my garden, and you said I can commune with Satan right now?
Yes. With the religion check.
Okay, I'll make my religion check then. I'm gonna go ahead and use my book to give me a +3.
17, you commune with her. 15
I have
is
a
the DC.
question for you as the goddess of life. Is Vale pregnant?
Yes.
Okay.
And in your mind, immediately goes to the rage of Tiamat that this child is born. Because you were promised and married to one of her daughters.
That doesn't break any oath.
No, but that
This is medieval times. I can marry as many women as I want, really.
I must contemplate on Tiamat's demeanor about this. I will get back to you on that.
You have to remember who her father is.
Yes. I must contemplate on this. I will get back with you on this note. I'm putting a pin on this. So
I
disregard
am
what I
more
said until I
interested
get...
in Vale's reaction.
She is... There's a mix of joy and fear. You can see the joy from the thought of, giving birth. And fear because of what this may mean.
I give
A
a kiss on
birth.
her forehead.
A birth coming from a curse.
Give a kiss on her forehead, and I say to Sarenrae, any help you could provide would be greatly appreciated. I'm going to do one more Unbound ritual. My target? The baby.
Okay.
Going to go ahead and
I'm
use
going to
the
let
book.
you know this is not the same DC.
I figured. I'm going to go ahead and use my book.
What's with you and fucking over babies? All right.
How have I fucked over any babies?
Last
Besides
campaign.
now. What did I do last campaign?
Demon
You know what? We
Demon
won't
Lord of
talk about this.
Abaddon holding
We'll talk about
holding my
this.
holding my
I
child.
remember.
Not to mention the Plague Lord.
Oh,
with,
by the way, that
one
was Karan who held your baby as well.
Shit.
How about the destiny of what Solon and Luna are supposed to go through as infants? You mess with babies, born or unborn,
The
future
question is
or present,
the question
all the time. They're your favorite targets.
the question is
True.
what babies do you fuck over? It's what babies don't you fuck over?
I like children, okay?
Araxis' entire backstory.
Not like that. I have nothing against children.
The views of my DM do not express the views of this Twitch channel.
Okay, let me re-say that. I have nothing against children.
That's too bad. We're gonna clip that.
Araxis' aunt and uncle, they were controlled by the Plague Lord, or Plague.
You know what?
I remember because I had to break the one of that as Zendrick.
We're just not going to go through this.
It's only a 29.
I don't think we have any rerolls right now, unless you count Zerpies.
He's not there and not aware of what's going on.
Well, what does Saren bring anything to the table? Because I asked her if she had an ability.
She lowered the DC.
Okay. 29 is what I got. It's still high, but it's not as high as it could be.
It does not break whatever's there.
I asked Sarenrae if she can see what the curse does, or the magical, what magic has been laid upon the child, what it does. You're talking, you're muted, Derek.
I'm trying to figure out how... It is hard to put into words. It is raw, raw potential, raw chaos, raw hunger, raw delight. It's something unlike anything I have witnessed.
Oh, our first kid's gonna be a hellspawn. Given who my step grandpa is, I mean, it's not like it couldn't be worse things.
That's true.
Given who my actual grandpa is, it could be an abyss
She
spawn
would.
as well.
She would say that the child has potential far greater than your grandfather.
Wait, which one?
The Chained Oblivion.
I turn to Vale and I say, so I have two thought processes here. You tell me which one you want to do. I can keep trying to break this particular compulsion or this particular control, whatever you want to call it. Or I can wait until I get stronger and enhance this particular ritual, in which case I not only break the magical compulsion on him, I rebound it at its caster. Option 2. All right, this would be option 3. I wait until the child's born and a tiny prick from my dagger should be enough to destroy this particular enchantment as well. Those are the 3 options that immediately come to mind.
Or kill our child in its entirety, as you are Fey, and it will be part Fey. I do not know how that will interact.
It doesn't destroy. The blade doesn't destroy magic. It just breaks seals and
spells and
but I've cut magical beings before. It doesn't kill them, so it's not like it's destroying the innate magic within them. It just
with Fey and fiends, it's very dangerous.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Well, you know not to get cut by it because it would kill you.
Well, no, the reason I wanted to not get cut by it because I have the seal of war in me.
Well, yeah, that would destroy the seal of war too, but it would also steal your true name.
Oh, that's right. This is the stealing the true name thing. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, right. I forgot about that.
So with it being part Fey, don't know how that would interact with, and she would be opposed to that in its entirety.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah. So there's still the first 2 options. Either I keep trying now, or I wait until I get stronger to try a better version of this particular ritual. Or let the cards fall where they may.
I would unbind our child. that means you getting stronger to free it of whatever machinations this thing has put upon our child, then I would wish that. We don't know what will happen if you truly misstep on trying to break this now. As Nair spoke, we must be careful with tampering with this curse, or at least the last one. If it put care into that, what would happen with this? It seemed gleeful at what it achieved.
It might be worthwhile for you to try to commune with your own, I do air quotes at this, deity. I introduced you once before, but the seers and their goddess have much better sight into what may come or what the future may hold than most others. It might behoove you to try to see past the veil of the future and figure out what is best for the child. Me, I'll keep doing whatever I need to break this particular curse or magical aura, unless told otherwise.
She would recommend, and when you get stronger, do it. Because again, she's afraid of the fail safes put into it if you were to critically fail or fuck up too bad.
Understood.
All right. So, you return to the Temple of Sarenrae. And what do y'all do? I know your latest you can stay is until 10 your time, Dan. We got about 50 minutes of that, so we can either call it now or continue a little bit.
Can continue.
All right.
I ask Nair.
That was a whole lot of drama that happened this session.
I asked Nair was her name?
Yes.
Oh my god, I got her name right.
Congratulations.
Only if you can get your baby mama's name right.
I'm writing it down now because now it's important.
No, it's important.
I had almost zero interaction with her. The one she was most important to and connected to was Gavin until this particular incident happened. I can't help it. I'm so good looking that I usurp people's previous connections.
It honestly was a toss-up. So, like, this could have happened either two ways. It could have been Gavin or it could have been you. Because you're the one that went to your quarters and Gavin went out. It was you. Because the easiest target to seduce at that point, not being around people that could interfere and whatnot. You also both of you did prolific things for her, from you getting, the necklace, her true name, from Gavin getting the necklace, and, all different number of things. Both you did, many different things that she had like torn feelings between the both of you, with the curse being placed on her when she gazed upon Famine's champion. It was either, it was the two, either one of you, the easiest target, and so happened to be Solon.
You don't have to put sugarcoat it. I know I'm better looking than Gavin.
Don't be looking at my charisma score. Fuck you. Charisma's a throwaway stat anyway.
What's your charisma score?
The modifier on it 0.
It's almost double.
How does it feel? The goblin has a higher charisma than you.
The goblin needs it.
Right. We know which goblin she drank earlier. All right, so yes, what do y'all do?
I'll ask if he wants to continue the actual chat with Siler. To go
Another question.
to go over his actual plans.
Give me a raw intelligence check, Dan, real quick.
Wait a second, I'm writing something down.
Does Solon tell the rest of us she's pregnant or not? Wouldn't surprise me either way, actually.
Then up to Vale. I do mention it. She should probably decide whether or not she's going to tell people or not.
Already got something in mind.
Okay. And you said you needed an intelligence check from me?
Yep. Okay. As you know, you're getting back into the Temple of Sarenrae. Their thought crosses your mind. You've seen how this entity operates, how this champion of famine operates, how it can gain power from those that it enslaves, marks, curse, so forth, so on. Kind of get the feeling that it's not inherently the child it cares about, but what it would gain from the child's birth, being connected to it. And that is the full-fledged power of a seer, as well as your heritage.
I see. It leeches power off of its followers. I understand. So, got it. Oh, that would be vicious if I'm able to rebound this curse onto it.
Yes, it would.
Oh, that would be vicious. A power circuit redundant or rebounding on itself.
Almost your plan that you had for the Chained Oblivion before you learned stuff about the Chained Oblivion in the first campaign to cause it to cannibalize on itself.
Holy shit, I gotta get to 17 now. Gotta get to 17 before 9 months happen.
6 months.
That's going to be a while.
Months, yeah.
I need
right.
to get to 17.
As the record keeper, am I supposed to put that as a key event now?
Yes.
When I figured it out, I
Alright.
mentioned it to Vale. I say, that's what happened. That's what he wants.
Then we must stop this.
I say,
He does not care about the child, but what he can gain from our child and both of our heritages. He would become.
if I'm able to get, I don't say level 17, but I give a
strong
benchmark
enough, yeah.
in game.
Close to my father's power.
If I get within spitting distance of the maximum power a mortal can attain on this plane.
I need a very important question honestly answered from you, Dan, and I know you're really good at being honest. When Drake made the deals with the gods, it was for his heirs, his children and his children's children, right?
Right.
So yeah, if this child's born...
No, it wouldn't be that, because you have to remember, deals are very specific, so the blessings wouldn't pass to his grandchildren. Because the equivalent exchange wouldn't have been there then.
Yeah, okay, that's what I wanted to make sure.
They might have. I think the way we discussed it was it would be diluted. So in other words, my grandkids would only have access to the moderate.
First, yeah, moderate. So okay, that's
then
what, and then
Great
so
grandkids would be the first blessing.
And then after
then-
that, dilute it.
Yeah.
So potentially, this entity can gain your moderate blessings.
And you've all seen how much I've used those particular blessings. Oh shit. The moderate blessing that I've been spamming this last few sessions insanely. Unbound.
Yep.
Now, given they have to be able to overcome my grandmother's, spell save DC. I wish them luck on that. But just like with me, they can try as many times as they want. Eventually, they'll roll a critical success.
Yep. All right. So yes, what do you all do? Revelations and the terrifying abilities of this entity that is championed to famine come to light. And just you'll find out about this in game, but for simplicity's sake and record keeping, Josh, it's 4.5 months for the pregnancy.
So we have less time for the pregnancy than the next key event. So that is the next key event then.
Events trigger can change things, like I said, because of how this campaign is structured. All right. So yes, what do y'all do? Convene back with Siler and actually do his plan?
We should at least hear him out. Actually.
All right. Expedite things. You go back. Now that you're back to normal, congratulations. He tells you his plan. He wants to take half of his military force because right here is the major encampment of beastmen. That's the one that has thousands and the strongest of beastmen, ones you have not faced yet. Quarter of his forces wipe out this and move to claim this, while the other quarter of his forces go here and claim this and set up a base of operation. And allying with the Kingdom Ghouls, but yes.
Yeah, I know we were going to revive the one giant. Did that ever happen?
Yeah, he's already been revived.
Yeah.
Was he aiding us in this or not?
Yes. Y'all haven't had a formal meeting with them, but there was the agreement that they would aid.
And then, of course, we got the serpent, but that's not on land.
It could come on land, but it only has a movement speed of like 5 feet or 10 feet, something like that. He finally gets there. Oh, y'all couldn't say me anything?
Okay. I say to Siler, for one, those encampments aren't the only encampments you got to worry about. The Sea Devils are with them as well. Point out on the map the Sea Devil locations. And I disagree with you shouldering all of this. I think you should talk with the Fire Giants, which is this mountain?
Yes.
speak with the fire giants and try to get an alliance with them. Have them strike this village. Try to ally with the Elven village.
I already have emissaries going there in the hopes of garnering a mission. My plan would have them strike from behind, as gifted as they are in the woods. Leave them to take out this and this. That way our brutish soldiers, if you will, can be on the front line where they are coming from behind.
Okay. My suggestion, have them strike here. Hire the lizardmen mercenaries. Strike here because this has access to the sea, and they can strike from the sea. Meanwhile, if the fire giants are taking out this village, if you're able to ally with the ghouls, have them go up the river and strike out at this village, and have you strike out and eliminate this village.
We will have our shamans purify the land as well. And that will be where we set up base of operations.
Each group should set up a base of operations in the territory they conquered. But don't purify the totems. Let us do that. If they are trapped above the Beastman village, and we don't know for sure if they are or not. The past hasn't indicated that they are, but just in case. Meanwhile, me and our companions, my suggestion would be we hit the villages that we know of to find out if they still stand or not, redirecting any survivors to the main city, hopefully bolstering our forces. And if the worst should come to pass and these have been destroyed, hopefully we can avenge them by finding the forces that eliminated their particular village. Or, if push comes to shove, release the totems that are above their village, because each village destroyed, there has been a totem there.
I like this plan.
And last but not least, and you're not going to like this, Gavin, we eliminate all the Sea Devil layers. After all, we have the aquatic trait now, thanks to the blessing of the sea turtle. Water won't hinder us any. And if we can actually gain the alliance or the aid of the sea nymph queen, the naiad queen is what she is.
Yep.
If we can gain the alliance of the naiad queen, she would be an incredible boon to the upcoming fight. If we can gain her aid, we could surround their main encampment and strike them from all sides. And with the sea serpent patrolling out here, the chance of them getting reinforcements from the fire temple or fire island this way become almost non-existent. And because our enemy doesn't know we've allied with the serpent yet, striking them down while they're attempting to reinforce their main village would be a great ambush opportunity.
Didn't you still have a deal with the lizardmen already?
Yeah, they're stationed right here, preventing the ghouls when war with Vorgoth seemed likely to not launch an assault.
Mm.
This would be another contract for another target.
Just checking.
They might be interested in doing this pro bono, considering if we lose, they go bye-bye as well.
The other question is, the Hydra help with this or not?
No.
Or you want to keep them out of it still?
I think Akala can help him and his tribe because he's been severed from. Him and his tribe have been completely severed from Famine's control because of the dagger. The Hydra. I don't know. What do you think? I'm more worried about what will show up because technically, the Hydra can be influenced if Famine itself actually shows up. Now, if my theory is right and they can't leave the Fire Island, only their subordinates can, the Hydra's safe and will be an incredible boon to our forces. If I'm wrong and they just haven't left the Fire Island for aesthetic reasons, realistically speaking, that could potentially come back to bite us in the ass.
Now, the question I have is, quick question out of game, is Vale there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then I preface this. No offense, but how sure are you of what you saw? Because shortly after that, you were cursed, and I have a feeling the two were aligned.
I'm fairly confident in what I saw. I believe I was cursed because I gazed on this entity.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought, too. Guessing so is Eve and with that scenario as well.
I don't think so, actually.
Really? Why?
Because one, these champions of the various horsemen, one's power doesn't necessarily override the other. They actually, it would be a battle of control. Who's stronger, Famine or Pestilence? Because she's already been infected with Pestilence. To the best of my knowledge, you can't layer them.
I don't know. All I know is she's been infected for a while and getting weaker.
Because if you could layer them, when Vorgoth was still controlled and we were getting ready to have a war, but the aspect of war was still off licking its wounds, bringing in Pestilence to corrupt Vorgoth at that particular moment would have been the perfect strategic play, and it didn't happen. And if ye augmented Vorgoth even further because they were currently allied with Pestilence, Vorgoth would have been nigh unbeatable at that point for us at the time.
There's another idea. I don't know if he'd be willing to help. Probably would, but what about the champion of Valora, that Ent, Elder Ent?
You mean Melora?
Yes, Melora.
He's currently purifying the entire island, so if
I'm talking when we attack the main thing.
depends if
Then
we
he could
free
be
him.
there to maybe purify as we're attacking and maybe prevent some of the stuff from being cursed.
Well, we know somewhere up north is the holy ground of Melora,
Which
So if we
is where they made their main encampment.
That's where the Beastmen made their main encampment?
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
Oh. Oh. We might need to step this up if we gotta save it. Well, I don't know. I don't know how much that flower helped him.
I can make contact with that Ent easily because I've now met him. That's the only restriction on my telepathy powers.
Might want to warn him. Or he might already know.
And especially if he wants to work together to strike out at the Beastmen together for greatest effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I say that would be the strategy I've come up with that I think would leave us the best chance. Long story short, I say to not to sound completely self-obsessed. I usually leave that to the others. I say with a grin. I say any opportunity we have to get stronger, and with that I point at our group as a whole, is better because we're most likely going to be the ones that are going to have to fight off the champions of whatever horsemen show up or whatever daemons show up. As the other denizens of this island have shown an inability to fight off their various forms of corruption, with few exceptions.
This whole time, you see a very intent look on Vale's face as she's looking at Gavin.
Hasn't even been my girl that long, but already picking out the right enemies.
After this combat or conversation dies down, she points to you, Solon, and then to you, Gavin. He will forgive you if you accept this charge. On pain of death, you will protect our child.
Making some assumptions there, aren't you?
She does not waver whatsoever.
Chucky's just looking back and forth, back and forth.
Well, to be fair, this is the first time any of you are hearing about
Yeah,
Vale.
no,
Yeah, except for the mind conversation of,
Never mentioned a child, I said.
No, not the child, but that you were together. It's not super surprising with how this fucking island has worked so far.
Gavin gives like a soft smile as well. He has the side of the scythe, can see souls. So I was just being quiet.
You don't get to make that call, I say to Vale. I've grown up around you Analians. Guess what? I'm as stubborn as you are.
I just give a shoulder. Go ahead.
We have no better guardian of our child than Gavin, the champion.
I think it's several. Ones that don't stick daggers in your back.
He's also the champion of Quran. Our child.
Who we may end up facing. He's the ally of the architect, and the architect hasn't exactly been, shall we say, ethical in what he wants to accomplish.
What I've heard about your family, they haven't always been ethical either, though, Solon.
Yes, but we always are loyal to our own. And we always honor our word. He's making promises for me.
I did what I did because I'm loyal to you, Solon. There's nothing to forgive. The only daggers in your back are the ones that you pretend are there. If the charge is... I then look at Vale and say, of course I would. But...
I snap. Because, I've been trying to play up the fact that I've been trying to maintain a very stoic demeanor but still interact with your character. But Solon just snaps at that. You denied me my vengeance. The thing I cherish most is my friendships, is my companions, and she took one from me. It was my right to exact a price from her. I collected the soul. You did not. I deserved uh, recompense, and it was denied to me by someone I considered my best friend. You didn't even. Your new position. I actually stop like that. I say your new position and newfound respect from the souls. You still bear your necromancy shard and have used it. You obviously don't have that much respect for the souls that it cost to create. I look at Vale. I say, all right, I look at the group as whole, and I say, I will work together with all of you to the best of my ability to not only survive this island, to thrive this island. I will not let my own personal prejudices interfere with that. At the same time, fuck you, I say to Gavin. I'll be ready to leave in the morning, and I storm out of the room.
Do you say anything before he does? Because a couple things are going to happen here before you actually get out the room.
When he talks about stopping his me stopping his vengeance and how he deserved that vengeance, I tell him, of course, I stopped you from going down the same path as the monsters that we're trying to stop. We don't need more of them. And you're better than that.
Anything else?
Um, when it comes on the line of pointing out the necromancy shard and how he thinks it's sorry, words. It's late.
Words, they're hard.
Hypocritical. Um,
Kind of is.
say, fine, I'll give you that one, and I'll go ahead and take it and put it on the table. I'll revoke ownership of it.
Vale, as you're about to get up, and you're seeing this because this is happening, almost simultaneously. It's like real arguments and fights do. She gets up, walks behind you, Solon, and kisses you on the head. Of course, I would never speak for you, but now healing can begin. You get her intent was not to do this, but to provoke this confrontation between the two of you. Instead of it letting it boil in silence and potentially blowing over in a time of crisis. And she just stands by you, waiting to see what you do. And you have officially evoked your ownership of it.
Yep.
The magic that radiates in it dulls down. It still holds all its properties and everything like that, but it is no longer bound to Gavin.
I'm thinking here because I'm trying to match up the way how the conversation works timeline wise. It's like you said, a lot of things overlap when an argument's happening. If it had been you, I would have done the same thing. I say you worry about me becoming a monster. I've seen what true monsters are. Vengeance and seeking vengeance does not make you a monster. Your entire order is basically built on vengeance.
Referring to the Order of Pale.
Yes. How many scions of wealthy houses that seek to better the world do you think there actually are? More of your brethren have come because they've lost someone to another monster than the number of people in the Order of Grimstad that come because of that is almost 100%. Is that your order invalid now? Have your shifting morals decided to declare vengeance and retribution off bounds? Because if so, we're going to have this argument more than once on this island.
The vengeance you wanted went against natural laws. The so-called vengeance that you say that the Order of Palestone
Yeah.
goes for does not go against the natural laws.
So killing for vengeance is perfectly reasonable. But destroying something utterly, especially, and I hold out a finger, especially someone so intricately bound to the realm and laws of death, is out of bounds. Seems like an arbitrary limit to me. If you were to tell me I went too far in my torturing of the soul, probably I could have at least heard you out. Your objection to me erasing that putrid stain from existence is what I take issue with. I'm not bound by your newfound patron. I don't care about the natural order nearly as much as you do, if at all. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure me and my family have been subverting the natural order as long as we've been around.
And I do believe part of that has gotten the material plane in a whole heap of trouble.
I'm not so sure about that. I'm pretty sure, actually, it's saved the material plane on more instances than it ever put it at risk. As a matter of fact, name an instance in which it put the material plane at risk.
I mean, the existence of your father is perpetually putting the material plane at risk. Or not your father, your grandfather, sorry.
Yes. But my father's birth from my grandfather was not one made by choice. Not my family's doing. That would have been Paylor's irrational fear that led to that particular outcome.
Which you learned earlier or in this campaign that it was the whispers of the horsemen that drove him to that fear.
Yeah. Personally, my kid, like the history is what drove him to the fear was my grandfather, but we learned in this campaign it was the horsemen. Yeah. So it's always been assumed that it was something drove Paylor mad.
Yeah.
To that conclusion.
What Gavin is getting at is in that instance, it still was something that
You know, the funny part is, go ahead and give me a perception check. Okay, you definitely rolled high enough. Solon knows one instance of when his family has done that. What he knows you don't know about it.
So you could see kind of like, does he know? No, I'm pretty sure he doesn't.
No, it's not I'm pretty sure he doesn't. I know he doesn't. Because he hasn't had time to read that goddamn book yet. Which I intend to burn.
But now you know that I know that you know.
Oh God.
Yes.
I know that you know that I know that you know that I know that you know I know.
Okay, now that I know that. I walk over to Chucky and grab the book. Now you can't read it. Oh wait, no, I gave the book to you. Damn it!
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I didn't.
have the book.
I gave it to Chucky.
No,
you had the Order of
No,
Grimstock
you didn't
book.
give it to me. Gavin has it.
Remember, because
what would I do with it? I can't
during
read it.
the conversation with the architect, he asked you if you had the book because you.
Yeah, but I thought I gave it to Chucky.
Nope, gave it to me.
Give it to me. He gave it to Gavin.
Damn it.
And you just see a grin cross Vale's face, and she just smiles, like kind of chuckles to herself. And you get the chuckle is more like watching two brothers that love each other fight.
You know that Solon knows of an instance in which, and it actually hasn't happened yet, but that his bloodline or his family will put the material plane potentially in danger. But you have to read the book before you can find out what it is. And I question your ability to study for more than 5 minutes, so... No, wait, shit, you have a high intelligence, and that doesn't work as an insult either.
Yeah. I mean,
It's not like your charisma
it
stat.
depends
I can't
on how
insult
much
your
more trouble
intelligence.
you get into, and I have to get you out of.
I look stunned at that one versus the sheer amount of times I've saved your ass in this campaign alone.
Feelings were hurt. But there is no question in my mind that Gavin would not lay his life on the line for you or do anything within his power to make sure you achieve what's truly important to you.
Okay, this is hard because we're joking outside of this. Solon is like legitimately
I know.
pissed.
But the banter, it's serious, but things are said. And again, she's perceiving this as two brothers that love each other fighting. Which is kind of true.
Yeah.
It might not be blood brothers.
100%.
She, and this is what she says, because she stands by you. The whole reason why this has transpired was not to speak for you, but to provoke this right here. So the dialogue can actually happen. And she says, and, you know, she did her chuckle because, you know, to her, that's how she perceives it, but in a more serious tone. I have no doubt in my mind that this man would not do anything, or wouldn't do anything within his power. God damn it, I'm tired. You get my point. He would do anything in his power for you and what you truly cherish and what's important to you, what's truly important to you. As you would him. You may hold anger, and you may get him back for what he's did or what he has done, but in the grand scheme of things, you would not let him die or perish or truly suffer outside of your own machinations.
Oh, 2 of those are true.
I believe all of them, but that is the beautiful thing about belief.
I mean, you
Kill
could
him
save
over
him
it.
from drowning, but he'd drown a little bit before you saved him.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear a word you just said, Sam. What?
You'd save him from drowning, but you'd let him drown a little bit before you saved him.
Yeah, kind of. Actually, it's closer to the fact of I know he can't swim, and I can see him getting ready to fall. Instead of catching him, I let him actually fall in the water. But
Joke's on
inevitably,
you.
I do
I can
drag
breathe
him out
underwater.
eventually. You really do hate water. That is a valid point. This analogy worked on multiple levels.
Time will heal these wounds. You've hurt each other. I have no doubt that time will heal these wounds.
I'll be there before he forgives me, and I'll be there after.
That I have no doubt. And remember that, soul. And she just stands silently behind you, because she does, in fact, have your back. Her feelings for you, while amplified during that night, really kind of pushed things in perspective to her mind. And yeah.
Side note, this is from previous strategy discussion. Kobolds are also going to, I would suggest, be involved in the attack as well. I just forgot them off the map.
They share the mountain range with the fire giants as well, so.
No, they're different mountain ranges.
No, they're the same one.
No, this is the kobolds.
Yeah, my
Fire
bad.
giants
Yep,
are
my
this
bad,
one.
yeah. They are different ones. Yep.
So,
God damn, a lot of drama happened this session.
Yep.
I love it. These are great RP moments.
it's entertaining.
Yeah.
Days of Our Lives, D&D.
Yep. Yep. That's pretty much what transpired.
There will come a time in which Solon will get his revenge.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I could definitely see it. And I think Val played it up well how she would. Think everybody did. Very, very good session, but this is a good stopping point.
I'm kind of curious about something. I want to get an answer before we call it for good.
Yeah.
I want to read Chucky's about any of this. Keeping in mind here, in Solon's perspective, Chucky should be as pissed, if not more so, than Solon. Because this lady struck against his brother after all the work he put in to find and save his brother. And she almost took him from her. Or took him from Chucky.
Oh, he was thoroughly pissed, but, you know.
Like, when you were in that moment, you almost went insane, too. Like, I'm not the only one that went a little crazy there.
Oh, yeah.
I am also
I'm
purposely
curious
not
what your
telling.
reaction to this fight is then.
I am also purposely not telling either of them what I saw her soul go through or going through on the other side.
Solon's smart enough to know she's probably in some form of torture or punishment because hell. But it was the own hands thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was the idea of it was Solon who was going to, as a wronged party, was going to exact his vengeance on this bitch.
So you actually asked Chucky why I'm not more pissed?
Kind of, yeah. I think eventually I would, because I've been my character's trying to think back since this thing started. Your character's supposed to be driven by rage, simply because of what your class is, and I'm more pissed than your character seems to be.
Well, he was thoroughly pissed, but he's been in this moment before. When his village was attacked, he was that way before, and yeah, and he was thoroughly content with letting you do what you were going to do, or otherwise, if he would have been more sane, he would have stopped you.
So,
what do you say when I ask you?
He says, well, I was in your shoes at one point when my village was attacked.
That actually just enhances my question instead of answering it.
When my village was attacked, it happened to actually be a group of civilians from another town nearby that planned and orchestrated the entire thing. One of these people were father to a friend of mine. I ended up killing him when I found out what he did. I don't really want to feel that again, as I feel like I let myself down.
and there is one note that I want to leave off. This is for Gavin and Karan. You must learn what souls are meant to perish and what souls still belong in the order. The soul will never be birth, will never fuel any future creations. Until everything truly comes to an end, it will be in perpetual torment. For the soul took courses of actions that removed it from a cycle. A learning lesson.
All I heard is I have permission to destroy any undead souls I want out of that statement. I know I didn't hear it, but that's what I got on it.
Well, not all undead souls. You look at the undead from Nazara, sorry.
Get along with them. Doesn't mean if they didn't get along with them, I wouldn't have the right then to go hog wild.
I mean, technically, Xandric's kids are Damphir.
But they're not undead because they're partially living. They're half alive. Just like from Princess Bride. You're just almost dead. You're not all the way dead.
Just almost dead.
I never made the characters. I have the names for them, but that's about it.
But yes, that he leaves that on you, and this again. The words always should echo through your mind. Be wary of the ferryman. This whole thing also was a learning lesson for you, because that soul will never re-enter the cycle.
I don't know if anyone reacts to what Chucky just said, by the way.
What did he say, sir?
Talking about how his village was attacked and stuff. And how he killed the one guy that was orchestrating it. That was actually the father of his...
Alright, I gotta take my dogs out. I'm probably gonna be about 10-15 minutes, so y'all have a good night. Y'all can keep talking. If this call is going on when I get back, I will rejoin. If not, Sam, I'll call you when I get back.
In terms of reaction, Josh, I mean, someone isn't ignoring what you said. He acknowledges it, but it's all a matter of kind of how you grow up here, because an eye for an eye is kind of not a foreign concept to Drake, and therefore he kind of taught it to his two kids.
Wasn't taught that way from my character, so yeah.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, when you told that story, my character doesn't see the ending as a bad ending. He sees it as, well, that's the way things are supposed to be. Someone wronged you in a, horrible way. And you got them back for it. Someone touched your bottom line.
Yeah.
And by killing Jumba, she touched Solin's bottom line.
What's your passive perception?
19.
Well, you know that he's leaving something out.
What does Gavin say to all of this?
Nothing good comes out of the perpetual eye for an eye. I don't believe in it.
Except for when you hold a grudge against your father and decide to leave home.
That wasn't out of vengeance.
It was an attempt to make him suffer.
No, it was just an attempt to not be him.
Solon gives you one of those looks like, uh-huh. I know you're better than that. If you weren't trying to piss your father off, maybe a little bit. There are numerous orders you could have joined on that particular continent. You could have joined the Dragon Riders of Draconia. If you really wanted to piss them off, you could have bound yourself to a blue dragon instead.
Well, see, there you go. It wasn't my intention to piss off my dad.
Instead, you went as far away from him as you possibly could. Continental-wise, you went to the literal opposite ends of the earth.
Yeah.
To get away from him.
Yeah.
There wasn't a little urge to cause some pain there. Someone called some bullshit there. All of us have really high passive perceptions, so it's hard to hide anything from each other.
Yeah.
Mine's not super high. Mine's only 16.
I am not looking forward to it if I end up choosing the new class instead of the new ancestry.
Right?
Completely rebuilding your character?
I'm gonna be doing tomorrow or something, rebuilding Jumba. Because he needs to be. Because he doesn't have all his class abilities filled out and stuff. He has because he was just released as here's the bare bones minimum you need to be able to get by. He has his skills in, and that's and 4 spells.
Yeah.
Work with it. Just because we needed him in a hurry at that particular moment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the funny part is, if me and Derek had actually had time to sit down and make him, there's a distinct possibility he could survive that particular encounter.
Mm-hmm. I kind of really, really wish I could have gotten to the jewel and done the disintegrate earlier. Of course, I was dealing with another combat of single digit initiative.
Right? Always gotta love that.
Single digit Gavin here to save the day.
I'm kind of wondering. I still haven't made Xandric because me and Derek haven't got together. I'm wondering what would happen if Xandric, complete Xandric and I complete the Vault of Sin. I think that would have to have some effect on the island.
You'd think. Well, especially if you fail the Vault of Sin. Because then the seal's broken.
Yeah.
Famine's released then. War is far more straightforward. Like, Anal has to win in order for the seal to be broken on the other end. And Pestilence got fucked up hardcore already on the... that was already stopped. Because there was a massive plague that was brewing and...
yeah, and we used the feather tokens.
No, I'm talking about, like, this was in the previous campaign.
Oh, right, there was a plague that was in the the country right above us of Draconia.
And we put a stop to that, like, hardcore. It was because why was it? We did something to stop the plague hard, like in its tracks.
All I
I
know
thought
is
it was like napalm bombing. Uh,
That's
as
right,
far
it
as
was. We
you
like divine napalm bomb, because
and
that's
then we took
when.
all the dragons we had and just reduced the entire area
Yeah.
to ash.
Yes.
That's right. That's right. Thanks for reminding me.
I'm back.
Welcome back. We were just talking about how
I remember just because there was a Vietnam joke in there.
we
I
were
don't
What?
talking
remember the
about how
Vietnam joke, but
there were multiple ways the horsemen could get free. Um, and we're wondering how, because Josh was talking about how Xandric and the Vault of Souls thing, that'll have a big impact on the island depending on what happens there. And I was saying, yeah, and as far as the uh, Horseman of War is concerned, if Anhal wins the war, the Horseman goes free, because that was a challenge directly from Drake to the Horseman. And then the only one that got stopped in its tracks post campaign was Pestilence, because it tried to start getting a hold in the world, and then we basically nuked it with Divine Dragon burning it to the ground. Like Charlie said, napalming the fuck out of it with our dragons and everything. So Pestilence is just, I find it funny. Pestilence has just gotten fucked on every level, both outside and inside the island, and usually with fire.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I still laugh at that one thing at the end of the last campaign where Xandric actually got 2 natural 20s to modify memory on the one gal.
Yeah.
I think it would be Araxis's aunt.
Yeah. There's some fun events coming up too, that directly impact things that y'all put into motion. You got Kara coming to the island at some point.
I
That's
kind of
good.
covered that in our recap at the start of the
Yeah.
session about how we have multiple gods sending multiple assistants our way on the island.
Yeah, because things are escalating because of things you all are fucking doing, man. You've all pissed off every one of the fucking champions, pissed off all the fucking horsemen, except for one. Who's
Challenge
actually
accepted.
declared his alliance with you all.
I still maintain we're going to do something to piss him off. Because that's
Fair.
us
Yeah,
pissing
matter of
off
time.
allies and enemies alike.
Fair.
So, this is a post-stream question. Are we going to try to get together to do exploration outside of stream and then do like we did before?
Yeah.
Or are we going to do that in stream because we have specific targets now?
That's very, very true because specific targets. Probably in stream right now while you all are dealing with specific targets.
Because we're still going to be exploring that square plus the squares around the villages.
Yeah.
And theoretically the Sea Devil nests and their surrounding squares.
Yeah.
So
we can handle the squares adjacent and the path leading to it Wednesday, but of course we'll just do it like we did last time because that worked out just fine. Just mark down in what orders it was taken.
luckily now we have all the teleport spots, so they're easy enough to get to.
Yeah.
Charlie, do you think you'll be able to make it on Wednesday?
Um,
I was just curious because I don't know which weekends or which Wednesdays you have your son. So I thought I'd ask.
I have him every Wednesday. So
Oh, okay.
right now, um, if they're, oh crap, because my only days off are Wednesday, Thursday. Again, I can come in late on Wednesday.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, I will do my very best not to sleep all day Wednesday. Sam, help me out there, please. It'll be a lot easier, too, once Sam is here. One, we'll actually be able to hear her talk more because a lot of times she has to mute herself because of where she lives at. Noise is very loud. That's why she's not as vocal.
Yeah.
And two, she can wake my ass up, so.
On stuff I gotta get done before next game, Zadok. What weekdays are you available coming up before Thursday?
Friday, Wednesday. I mean, you can potentially hit me up on any day, but I usually wake up anywhere between 6 and 7 at night to get up for work, get ready. So really, Wednesday through Friday is usually my best day.
Okay. I'll try and hit you up then probably tomorrow, because I'm basically off all day, and I go in at work at 6 p.m. my time.
Okay. All right, I do got to do some shopping in the morning. I'm gonna try to get done so I can get my place cleaned up and all that. So probably mid-afternoon.
Okay.
My time, so like let's say like 1 or 2 my time, and that'll be if you're up. What time do you usually wake up?
Oh, I have to get up early anyway, so I'll be up way before that.
Okay. All right, cool. So yeah, we'll try to hit it up tomorrow then, buddy.
Okay.
All right.
I bid you all good night.
Yep. Y'all have a good night. I'm gonna spend some time with Sam till she passes out. If y'all need me, I'll be around. Good session. Not a whole lot of XP this session. But there will be some XP for breaking the hex. You're gonna get about 100 XP, I'm assuming, after I do all the calculations. But it was a good session.
Okay.
A lot of fun. But y'all have a good night. Sam, I'm gonna give you a call back here in a minute.
Yep. Night, guys.
Night.
Bye.
Later.